So a survey done with the health policy in 1998, right on the time, everybody points to it, we should have been building more highly regional, we weren't. And the survey done at city managers, they said, if you have new development, or we have redevelopment, what would you choose to build there? If you build anything, number one goes to retail, single-family residential, multi-family residential. You give an incentive to a developer to build something, yes, if they're building retail, not building multi-family residential. This is my favorite. I love this because this is a very significant divide. This is, if you consider redevelopment, what's the most important consideration? These are city managers, right? They're hired by city council. And their number one thing is new sales tax revenue generated over city council support. Even though they're appointed, most cities subject to city council renewal, they're listening more to sales tax revenue generation than they are to people who remove profits as they make developments. Because the importance of state tax policy and defining what they do with the incentive of the cities. I just, again, this is another crazy chart that was reference to from local government finance almanac. Lance Coleman has done a lot of work on local government finance. What he does is basically parcels out various development options for dividing the plot of land. And the way, again, from a city finance perspective, it doesn't make sense for cities to do things other than locate retail. Retail would be best for cities in terms of generating sales tax revenue and the bottom line. So their net per unit, if you build a single family home, is positive, is negative, if you build multi-family residential, and it's wildly positive if you build retail. Again, like you see this, so very briefly, so get into the more interesting part of today and talk about various tax solutions. I just wanted to maybe be slightly less interesting. So I also wanted to point attention to the non-new, non-creative, non-regional, non-simple solutions. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm all about experiments. I think experiments are good. I teach at a university where our graduate students are facing the same affordability problems as everybody else. We're losing graduate students because they can't live in the city. My solution is I think we should build more on-campus housing in the universities to get graduate students, particularly undergraduate, out of the housing market. We have bringing so much pressure to push them, we love them out because we're going to work quickly and actually undermine rent control. But in many cases, I think there are lots of nice solutions, but I think we also need to talk about the hard, difficult ones that aren't packed so much, that are really about how do we engender the political will to solve some of our significant policy problems, right? And so again, this gets into how do we fix state tax policy, how do we fix housing speculation, how do we deal with rent stabilization in the neighborhood, how do we limit evictions that are going on, how do we rebuild public housing in cities, not just physically, and how do we ensure the place of opportunity, how do we invest in subsidized housing in San Francisco and across the state, how do we build a regional support to regional housing, which is part of the regional economy, that actually holds the cities and counties accountable to build the things they need to build, so we can actually address these cities as a region. And then ultimately, how do we address the rising inequality, all of which are policy solutions that are not simple, that are not easy, that actually aren't tax at all, but it's about actually how do we build political coalitions to get people like on the Torres and we take a little bit more about the housing crisis. So with that, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to
Wait, do you want to take one or two questions? Sure. Okay, and we just found out you do need to use the microphone. So what we're going to do, unwrap it and give it to you. We won't have the questions recorded, but you can speak loudly. Hopefully our presenters will be able to rephrase the question concisely.
Hi, yes. I've actually thrown this on. That's perfect. Hi, how are you doing?
Doing well. I have a question for you in regards to rentals versus ownership. Because there seems to be where we're reading the market rental units, but the BMRs, they have a family tends to be better. Then they're checked every year in this recession, maybe in every rental units, that they're checked continuously, so it keeps them from actually another income category, and then worry about using their homes. What about the idea of, have you looked at looking at PMRs for qualified ones, and then, you're not having to qualify over and over again. It stops the municipality from having to pay rental assistance after a certain time.
The question was about what is a subsidized so developing the system program and things like that, the city has housing funds in that area. Again, it's another, I'll refer to colleagues who are very but again, I would say cost, when we talk about rental, when you're talking about ownership, we know if you know for essentially a radio anyway, so it's not just, so we have a problem on both sides.
Yes. Are you seeing the differences in stabilizing neighborhoods if it's a purchase unit versus a rental?
I couldn't comment on this.
Okay, I see one question in the back, and then I can bring it to you.
If you're an 800-pound gorilla, since you're dealing with San Francisco State University, how about University Park North, University Park South, and the increase in institutional growth? How do you address universities, Bay institutions, and making sure they build adequately housing on their existing sites prior and not expanding into there?
So, yes, the question is how do you make universities build on existing sites? So I'm at the University of San Francisco, not SM State. To me, yeah, it's Philadelphia, right? So I would encourage us, and I know we're going to, it's pull out the record that speaking entirely on behalf of myself and not on the university. because I'm sure that the university would go crazy if we said we should be building more on our physical site. I know that if we have the neighbors in the room, this is not the position of the institution. But I would create dense housing on campus. I think it's a need for undergraduates, I think it's a need for graduate students. We are an institution about first-year students and a small number of second-year students live on campus. The rest of the students are making university students. Right? So we've got 8,000 students who are renters, plus or minus, in San Francisco. We're small compared to UCSF or SS State or City College or so to me it's about locating our institute. Building housing on campus is something that I think that on the physical site is something that I think universities ought to be encouraged to do.
I hate to stop you because I'm sure there are many more questions, but Corey will be around for much of the day. So please stop Corey and ask your questions and get answers one-on-one. Next, I am pleased to introduce Li Zhang, who is the Social Innovation Programs Director at VIA at Stanford University. She's going to give us right now a very quick introduction to design thinking, sort of set the stage for what we're going to be doing later in the afternoon. So, Li, I'm going to take you now. This is how you speak into the microphone. Fabulous. Thanks very much. I noticed that these were not quite the slides I prepared, but I'm sure they will appear magically. So I'm probably the only person here today that is not speaking about housing at all. So this is your intermission. I am going to hope that Michael will press the e-housing impact facilitation PowerPoint slides, and they will appear. And they will say something like effective solutions using design thinking to hack the housing crisis. So just quickly, how many of you have heard of design thinking already before? How many of those of you are like, yeah, I'm so excited to use design thinking? Okay, I was expecting like many people were like, oh God, design thinking is here too. So for those of you who are not quite familiar with the concept, my hope today is to give you the super small nutshell version, but to focus on how this actually applies to our day. I'm not here to pitch design thinking as much as offer a set of tools for us to guide our solution making. So that's me, and I facilitate solution making So if you can go back one slide, please. So this is briefly, this sounds like why am I bringing this up here outside of me liking design thinking? I think it is a powerful set of tools for tackling challenges that are complex, for issues that don't have clear solutions and don't have a pattern that we can follow. And design thinking is an approach for making innovation that tries to take into account different stakeholders and involve people across different sectors and different disciplines. And another reason I like design thinking is that it blends different parts of our own thinking. So, we have two sides of our brains. We often only use one of them during our work or play. And I feel like with our analytical minds, we are very good at making things more efficient, taking models that already exist and making small improvements to them. But that's not helpful when we have multiple housing crises to address with an unclear sense of exactly what all the opportunities and challenges that are going to be in the future. So this is where engaging also our intuitive minds and our creativity will guide our analytical abilities. So I'm hoping that part of this process will offer some tools to do that. This is next. Okay, so I thought I would give you a little case study using design thinking applied to a social issue. So this is a cute little video that this design firm wanted to get more business, so they made for everyone. But I felt like it was a faster than I can do in 4 minutes and 20 seconds way of design thinking. And I always think, as you watch this, maybe you can think about how some of these methods can apply for those of you who are staying in the afternoon to make solutions together. Yeah. Dell has sponsored this. We got reporters here, right? Let's capture this. So part of this has. This is actually not the video because it's 13 minutes long and I think that's over my time.
Okay, so a couple of points of logistics. For anyone who's sitting on the side, we've got some seats here in the back. If you want to come around behind the screen up this way. I also wanted to let you know that this program is being live streamed. We've got Josh Wolf in the back of the camera, and if you want to, if you can't see here with us all day, and you want to tell your friends about it, go to sfpublicpress.org/housing/live-stream. And you'll be able to find it there. Feel free to tweet about it, and then you can see our hashtags. We've got someone who's speaking in her seat. Does anyone have any logistical questions while we're finishing setting up the video? Wi-Fi. We have the Wi-Fi logins and passwords posted on the pillars. Have people, I heard one person say there were problems setting them. Have other people been able to log in? Okay.
Yeah.
The live stream, Josh, will the live stream be available for everybody?
I believe so, on Google. We'll post it on the Public Press website.
Yeah, we'll post that information on sfpublicpress.org/housing. So you'll be able to watch it now and share it with people in the future. Yes, one more question.
Definitely don't watch it here.
Definitely do not watch it here. That would be bad. There is a hum. I don't know what the hum is. Betty, do you know what the hum is?
It's the air conditioner.
Unfortunately, I don't think we can do anything about that. There's many people in the room who need air conditioning. Okay, so how are we doing with the video? Wi-Fi is down. I think what we're going to do is oh yes, one more question.
Are there a copy of the presentation?
We can make those available after the event. So we'd be happy to post them, and we will email everyone who's registered for the event. If you happen to be someone who is on the waiting list and we don't have your email, they'll be given your email. Yes?
Where can I find the writing pad?
Maggie, we have a request for a writing pad. We will have some writing pads here on the side table in a few minutes. Okay.
So
So, in the spirit of design thinking, since we have a logistical challenge, I thought I would just say to you some things about the process and also give you a map of how we can engage in this, these tools for our solution making in the afternoon. So the three pillars of design thinking, I feel like, are empathy, creativity, and rationality. As I mentioned before, engaging both sides of our brains, but one more piece is actually opening up our hearts. And when we are designing solutions, not just to make widgets, but that impact the lives of millions of people, ourselves, our neighbors, others who are following in our footsteps. I feel like empathy is a point that doesn't usually get captured in solution making, and this is one to keep in mind, particularly for today. And okay, so one thing to keep in mind as you listen to the following presentations is maybe some of you, actually many of you already work in this field and you have your own opinions and your own experiences with this. Some of the presenters may present views that you think are, you don't agree with or find maybe some strong objection to. This is totally the right time to say, wow, how interesting. Why do they think that way? Is there something that I haven't thought about in what they're presenting or their point of view? When I'm explaining my point of view, is there something that I can speak to from their perspective? So instead of like, I know this is wrong and that may not move us forward as far as you'd like. So for the morning, please listen with curiosity. And then in the afternoon, when we get into our small groups to make solutions based on specific topics, I'd like for all of us to think about how to understand this topic and issue more deeply with those different perspectives, with your different team members who come from different backgrounds. How to make new ideas in an energetic and open-minded way and without judgment. But moving after you've given yourself enough time to make these ideas, how to slim them down so you can come up with those lists of effective solutions. And in the evening, we will be sharing those solutions and getting feedback. We will ask you to do that in 3 minutes, which hopefully will help us all get to very clear, crisp, and effective solutions. So, last one. 3 mindsets for approaching today outside of getting all this knowledge. One is, again, going back to listening with an open mind, with an open heart, without assumptions. 2 is, as you're presenting your views, to share them without necessarily needing to persuade someone else. Just to share, make sure we have all the points covered and we can converge those ideas through collaboration without needing to shout over one another. So those are the 3 mindsets that I hope you will keep as we go through the rest of the sessions. And that's it. To get to that, we are posting the topics of the solutions groups, both during the coffee break and also during lunch for you to sign up as a member. And Lila will remind us also when we do go into the break and lunch break. That's it.
Hey, thank you. Okay. So Michael, are we set up with the presentation for Deb Adachi? I would like to introduce Deb Adachi, who is our San Francisco public defender. We're very happy to have him here today. And I will hand over the microphone and give you as much time as possible.
Thank you, Lynn. It's great to be here this morning. Let's give it up again for Professor Corey Cook. We're doing great. He's never been down here. He's a little mayor and all put together to have their own TV show. And there's amazing statistics, you know. I mean, Professor Cook could tell me that you replicate while you look at housing statistics, and I don't believe them. Because he knows what he's talking about. Anyways, I'm the one elected official you probably don't want to meet, at least professionally. You believe that you have to hold yourself, and all the justice have to be arrested, or you're on jury duty. One of those 2 things. But anyway, it's a pleasure to be with you today. You're probably wondering, well, what is the public pleasure here to talk about the housing crisis? Well, we provide legal representation to about 20,000 people a year who are charged with crimes. And we represent the poorest of the poor. You have to be below the federal poverty level in order to be represented by our office. And so we've certainly seen the impact of evictions and the housing crisis on the poor. And the reality is that if you live in the city, unless you make at least $150,000 a year, you're probably not going to be able to stay here, buy a house, or at least rent. And for those who live in rent-controlled units, who are blessed to have a reasonable rent, we're seeing those units dry up as well. And so this is something that I became passionate about because of what I witnessed and what I've seen. And I only have 7 minutes to talk to you about this. It's kind of equivalent to speed dating. This is a speed activism. So you have 7 minutes to fall in love. I promise you that we can solve all our problems, and that we'll be happily ever after. If we're not, we'll be friends after we get through this process. But there's actually a solvable problem here, and that's why I wanted to bring this to you. Now, it's amazing that in the U.S. of A., we do have a right to a lawyer in a criminal case that was decided in 1963, but we don't have a right to a lawyer to help with other basic needs like housing, family law, any of those types of things. In the world, we rank 57 out of 63 in terms of access to civil legal services. So we have a very, very, very long way to go. Now, this past year, there are 3,662 San Franciscans that were served with eviction notices. That's not counting people who essentially were ushered out for other reasons. These are people who actually were served with eviction notices. Of that group, go to the next slide, 1,541 people showed up to court without a lawyer, for their trial, without a lawyer, without any representation. And 3,800 didn't defend themselves at all. Now, the reality is that if you don't have a lawyer, you're much less likely to prevail. 90% of landlords were represented by attorneys, while only 10% of tenants had attorneys. Does that create a disadvantage? You bet. Absolutely. There was a study that was done. And it showed that tenants who have attorneys, there was actually another study that was recently done by Stanford University, are 5 to 10 times as likely to be able to stay in their residences. There are 15 grounds that you can be evicted from your residence. And you have an attorney to evaluate those 15 grounds. It's not to say that all of these evictions would be preventable, but many would be, except that people do not know their rights. People do not have legal assistance. Going back to the previous slide, in San Francisco now, we only have 12 nonprofit lawyers who are funded by the city for free legal services. Now, most of the free legal services come from grassroots community organizations. Adrian is a student, there was a student from USF who obviously became a lawyer and decided he was going to start his own nonprofit. He's done an amazing job of providing these services, but he has virtually no support from the city. And it's on the backs of a few attorneys like Adrian and his staff that this work is being done. So, where we are right now, in terms of the solution, okay, is that we requested 20 attorneys from the state to be funded at a cost of about $2 million. They think about it, that's probably the cost of what 2 houses is that, just like that, right? But the request has been ignored, completely ignored. We've been advocating for this. The reason why we want the city to fund this is, number one, I mean, the mayor has made a commitment to try to add 30,000 housing units for 2018. Well, part of that plan is to ensure that people who are here and already have residences are able to stay. We've seen in the last year, Alice Act convictions, where Florida comes into the Dixie record convictions off the market, have gone up by 170%. The victims alone have gone up in the last year by 38%. So there's no question that there's a need. We need to institutionalize the resources. The only way that we're going to do that is to get more attorneys to assist people. We work with the San Francisco Tenant Community, put together a coalition of about 50 organizations who have been doing this work for many, many years. And it's just a matter of funding them so they can ramp up and provide services to the people who need it. So I'm going to leave you with some action items. I'm not here with the solutions. These are ideas about what we can do at least in the next 2 or 3 weeks. The board of supervisors, led by Mark Farrell, the budget committee, will be deciding how to allocate resources. And we're requesting $2 million for the purpose of supporting 20 lawyers in the upcoming year. So that's the first thing that we're advocating for. I have a handout, old school handout, that has a Twitter address and some other information there. We actually made a little video to make this point that you can take. It's basically the slides that I presented here. It's to put it over 7 8 months, hold on and another. That's what we're hoping is going to happen when you get the boards in here. So you can go to our YouTube site, which is on this flyer, that's a public defender, and send that out to all your friends. That's what you can do. It advocates, again, for the outcomes. The second thing is create an effective information network that will tenants can get information. What's happening in many cases that tenants are receiving emails from landlords telling them they have to get out. They're often made very low-wall offers in order to move, accepting them without any legal advice or verification. We have to do a better job of getting people individualized information about what their rights are. Like there are websites, for example, Tenants Union, that explains 50 reasons why you can be evicted. But if we can find a more interactive way that we can provide information to tenants who need it, that would be the best. And finally, somebody told me in San Francisco that if you throw a rock off the building, chances are you're probably get a lawyer. A lot of lawyers in the city, all right, including myself. So we need to reach out to these lawyers. They only work for corporations, they don't work for people. And so we really need to reach out to more attorneys who are willing to provide pro bono assistance to tenants in this crisis. So I leave with that, and I understand that this afternoon we'll be looking at how to solve these problems. So I hope that this is one that will pick up. And again, we need your support, we need your ideas, we need your innovation, and most of all, we need to make sure that we provide people with basic information they need in order to determine their options when they're living. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I really appreciate it. I'd now like to introduce Ophelia Pascal, who's the the Regional Administrator for the U.S. Department of Housing and Development.
Good morning, and I have to hold this. So thank you, Lyle, for inviting me to be here, and really for such a timely gathering. I mean, I think that the early speakers have made it very clear that this issue recognizes how housing will place impact health, education, and economic resiliency. Corey already kind of gave you the slides, and we go through this very quickly. This is just a different look prepared by the Urban Institute. It shows you that housing affordability is an issue across the country, and it's particularly intensified in California. What it shows is pretty much, it's a ratio. It's the number of affordable units to extremely low-income families. Blue is where it's more affordable. Red is where the ratio is actually where there are fewer affordable units than in other parts of the country. So just to give you a sense of the ratio, across the U.S. it's about 29 affordable units for every 100 persons. It goes up slightly for San Francisco up to about 35 units per 100. But I do need to give you a caveat. This is based on extremely low-income incomes that are established through census. In California, the extremely low-income figure is 33,000 for a family of four. In some parts of Canada, the country is as low as 7,000. So that kind of skews what you see there. The point of this really is that if you were fortunate enough to live in subsidized or affordable housing, it's the equivalent of having more than water in many respects. All right, let's take another perspective on this. So the housing affordability crisis is certainly more acute now, but it's so persistent that the National Low-Income Housing Coalition has put out a report they call Out of Reach, and they've been doing it for about the last 25 years. So here's a snapshot for San Francisco. That figure, $1,956 for the fair market rent, that is a rent that is established by the federal government that is supposed to be the equivalent of a modest two-bedroom unit. Now, we know that these rents always lag the market, but this gives new meaning to lag in San Francisco. Because unless you've been living under a rock, I mean, you know the current rental market, this amount might get you a one-bedroom or maybe a studio in some areas. So that's the annual median income in San Francisco. And so if you assume that you can find a home at the fair market rent level, which we know is a big assumption, that's the hourly wage. You would have to make almost $40 an hour, working 40 hours a week, 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year. That's what it would take you. So if we're going to hack this housing crisis, that's one of the things that I hope we will agree on today. You have to hack it for everybody, all income levels. And we know that, as Corey said, there's not a single solution for this issue. It goes across a spectrum, and we have to look at multiple approaches to dealing with this. Some have to be tailored to middle income. San Francisco, some have to work for low, some have to work for very low income, and some have to work for people who have no income. And I think they have to remember that. So one possible proven solution that I want to talk to you about today is permanent and affordable supportive housing. So housing plus services. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this, but this is an idea to help persons and families who really have complex challenges in their lives to live with stability and autonomy and dignity. Usually the services are located either directly in the property or immediately in the surrounding neighborhood. And they often include substance abuse counseling, mental health treatment, case management, and support. But we know that this works. And I think there are probably some people saying, well, why should we consider focusing on solutions for really what is a relatively small proportion of the city, particularly when the problem is exacerbated with middle income? Well, I think we have an explanation for that. These are the figures for homelessness in San Francisco and other Bay Area counties. I want to focus your attention on the group who are in most need of affordable housing, and those are people without homes at all. HUD requires communities to do something that's called a point-in-time count for the homeless population regularly. If you've never done this, I highly recommend you do it. If you do walk the street all night long, talking to people, gathering info, and this includes the counts for both sheltered and unsheltered homeless people. What this shows is the counts go back to about 2007 for San Francisco, and it compares them to other counties in the Bay Area. Now, a lot of people think this population is smaller than this, but actually it's really quite large for the city and really visible, particularly when you consider the fact that San Francisco is less than 50 square miles in size. So look at San Jose and Santa Clara County. We have almost the same number of homeless people in a county. When you look at San Jose and Santa Clara, they're 180 square miles. So that's almost 3 times the size of San Francisco, and yet we have a very similar number of persons who have been counted as homeless. All to say that, look, if we're going to hack this crisis, let's not ignore the most visible representation of that. Let's prioritize it as being something that's critical that we address. So what kind of resources do we have? How many of you voted in the last election? Well, thank God. I tell you, I worry when I see these numbers. So you might have voted, you might have seen Proposition 41, which was on the ballot, which passed with overwhelming support. And that vote basically implements, it redirects $600 million in underused state bond authority for veterans. It was primarily in the past focused on single-family home ownership. And it invested in the creation of affordable housing for low-income veterans and supportive housing for homeless vets. It will be about $50 million annually for the next 15 years, so it will make a difference. And of course, San Francisco, I think, really stepped out with Prop C, which was passed a few years ago, and created the city's affordable housing trust. It was partly in response to the fact that there had been a reduction in state and federal funding, but also through the dissolution of the redevelopment agencies, which provided a lot of the gap financing. So it's going to create, it's going to do about $1.5 billion over the next 20 years. It rises as time goes. And last but not least, and I know Jeff Adachi mentioned this, in the mayor's 2015 budget proposal, this is funding that's been requested to help move the city closer to the mayor's goal to create 30,000 affordable homes in the city. And proposes a $100 million investment in public housing and an additional $160 million to reduce homelessness. So, before I open it up for questions, I want to give you a real-world example. Does anyone recognize this development? Well, it's, if I can just cruise, it's a fascinating building. It's a building that used to be, it's 150 Otis, that's right. And this is Veterans Commons. It was developed by Swords to Plowshares and the Chinatown Community Development Corporation. It's 75 units of supportive housing for homeless veterans. And in San Francisco, about 10% based on our point-in-time counts, of the homeless, and particularly chronic and long-term, are veterans. And we see that across the country. Just to give you a sense of the services there. So we've got supportive service staff here right in the building on the ground floor. There's property management on the side. And what's really important is there's communal space for people to enjoy their living environment, not only their units, but a place to gather with family and friends as they address some of the issues. A lot of it is the isolation that they're dealing with. So, and most importantly, it's not just about buildings, it's about people. And, ultimately, what we want here to address this affordable housing crisis is to have everyone to have a home and, a place where they belong. And when we did the dedication for this building and had a couple of veterans speak, I always refer to how good was the event. Was it a 1 hanky, a 2 hanky? This was a 3 hanky event because the stories were so compelling about what a difference this made for people who served our country who found themselves on the street. So I just want to close with a quote from Erica Koenig, who's at the Urban Institute and a former colleague of HUD. and has been looking at this issue for a while. She said, housing policy has the ability to exacerbate or mitigate extreme income inequality in American cities. So this is our opportunity to help address it. Especially right now.
Thank you so much for coming. There's been equity money that's been given to FTC, I think it was $5 million grant that now we have an equity collaborative. That there's money that came from HUD that went to MTC. Is there money available to be able to fund more attorneys and to do more of this comprehensive work and bring it all together? Because there seems to be a lot of different people all over doing a lot of different things, but there's no place for this kind of collaboration or this work to be brought together so we can get things done.
Yeah, so what I think the question really refers to is among all the federal funding, is there some sort of one program that brings everything together? And while I have to say this administration has been better at breaking down silos than many, the funding that went to FTC is Department of Transportation, EPA, HUD, looking at creating sustainable communities and focused primarily on transportation and housing. There isn't anything that specifically addresses legal services in our area. Those are DOJ kinds of grants. Most of it focuses on crime, as Jeff indicated. So not a lot there, but I think we're seeing a much more collaborative chromosomes, for example, addressing issues in communities in need. Any other questions?
So a lot of these subsidized housing units are managed by large property managers like John Stewart Company and Greatest Management. And we've had this issue where even if we could get the tenant's record sealed with the court, the property management company has their own internal records of this tenant went through a previous eviction, and then they use those internal records to deny them housing in the future. And does HUD place any limits or place any limits on how long these property management companies can keep that type of data or background information on tenants?
So this is a question really about tenant selection and criteria used for tenants and the use of past eviction, records of eviction. HUD doesn't control what data private property managers can have. There are state laws, fortunately, that there are databases that collect evictions that owners can go to and look at. As Joe indicated, a lot of people don't even go to court, and so there are ways to be able to demonstrate hopefully that whatever the situation was, it may not have been for cause, how or your situation's changed. So we just really encourage a lot of it's tenant education. If you've been evicted, be honest when you apply for a unit and explain what the circumstances were and how you address those and how you change that. Because what owners are trying to do is really minimize risk. And so the opportunity here is to demonstrate, hopefully, that risk is eliminated. So.
Ophelia, thank you again. Jeff, if you'd like to come back up to answer a couple of questions. If anyone has questions for Jeff Dabashi based on his presentation a few minutes ago.
Yes? Hi.
California is one of 4 states that allows non-captive legal and the bar without having to go to law school through the apprenticeship program. It also allows you to study in the field or the area of the field is theirs. Is there something that can be done with both from field and then surround yourself with attorneys who are going to do all this and for interns who are going to apprentice and learn this aspect of the law to develop
Yeah. Yeah, you point out something very interesting. You don't have to go to law school to be a lawyer.
not the state of California?
That's right. You can do it by apprentice. Although it is very challenging. You have to apprentice for a lawyer, then you have to take the baby bar, and then pass the bar test. But absolutely, you can do that. Why aren't more attorneys turning to public interest? You know, I don't know. I think that law schools, for the most part, have become funnels for corporate law. I mean, that's where the money is, that's where most people are going. But there's still a lot of dedicated attorneys, who are out there trying to do the right thing. So we just have to encourage more lawyers to get involved. And one of the things we can do is create opportunities for them. Yes?
Yes, sir. I think there did something like a eminent domain to slow down eviction and so forth. And is that possible here or any other kind of legislative overrides to slow eviction?
That's an interesting question. I mean, you know, the law of eminent domain means that the government intervenes, just like the question for the government can intervene and basically take ownership and possession of the property so long as they pay just compensation. I don't know, has that been used at all? Yes.
From the tenants that aren't getting representation, what do you feel is the biggest barrier for them? Is it really that they can't afford the lawyers, they can't find the information quickly, easily, or they just give up? What's the biggest reason?
The question is for tenants who can't find a lawyer, why is that? I think because they probably don't know where to go, and if you try to hire an attorney, it's going to cost a lot. Most attorneys who do landlord-tenant law represent landlords, and the ones that do represent tenants generally do not take pro bono cases because they can be very long, and there's likelihood that the cases are going to go to trial. However, again, that's one of the challenges that we have. We have to make legal assistance more available. Remember, Texas is very diverse. You have people who speak different languages. You have people that don't necessarily have access to the internet. So we have to be creative in reaching out to those who need support. Yes.
Are there any legal clinics working on this along this lines out of the 3 law schools here?
The question is, are there clinics? Yes, there are. But again, the work that they do is limited. There is a eviction defense collaborative. It's called EDC. It's run by an attorney by the name of Tyler McMillan, and they have, I think, 8 attorneys. The other attorneys are spread out through the Bar Association in San Francisco and a number of other organizations that provide this service.
So there's a San Francisco Foundation, and this is a former tenant. Is this something that they've been looking at funding? Is it being able to fund more attorneys? Because I mean, with your endowment, it seems like that this is in alignment.
Well, maybe you can ask them today.
I want to reach out to them.
Yeah. And I also want to say how excited I am that Mayor Julie Castro was just appointed the new housing secretary with the cabinet. Oh, not yet confirmed. We have to get appointed by President Obama. So that's very exciting. Thank you. Oh.
And I'm actually just curious to know how many San Franciscans in the room here know about the Anti-Displacement Coalition or have participated in meetings. Not that many. Okay. Well, so you may or may not have heard or read that there are going to be several initiatives on the ballot that were created by citizen tenants in the city that are meant to protect tenants. And one of them is a tax on real estate speculation that is meant to serve as a disincentive on speculation on shelter, which I think is horrible. I think the speculation part is horrible. And the other one is a moratorium on owner movements, not Ellis Act evictions, because that's a state level act, which would reform at the state level. But a moratorium on owner movements, I think is for 2 years, it might be for 1. And then the other one, we picked 3 out of all the ones that we created, were like our top 3. And the other one is, it would basically require landlords to pay something, a tenant who may have evicted, the difference between their current rent control rate and the market rate for the same unit for 2 years. So make sure that if you're a San Francisco voter or if you're a San Francisco resident, not registered will be talking about and have more breakout rooms later. Thank you for coming today. Really nice to have a full house. I see there are a couple of people who have just arrived. We do have some seats in the back here. You're welcome to walk around the back and come up this way.
I was told via tweet that the slides are backwards on the live stream, and I don't know where the cameraman is.
The slides are backwards on the live stream.
They look forwards to me.
Well, thank you for the update. So let's see if we can get this to work. Now I would like to introduce Fernando Marti, who is the co-director of the Council of Community Housing Organizations.
Hi, so thank you all. My name is Fernando Marti. I am, as said, co-director of the Council of Community Housing Organizations, known as Choo-Choo. This guy's can show the sounds so great. Choo-Choo is a coalition of 22 affordable housing and community development advocates in San Francisco. We're also part of the San Francisco Anti-Displacement Coalition. So, yay, coalition. So when I first moved to San Francisco in 1990, this is what I would have thought of if somebody said, how you hack the housing crisis. I had a lot of friends who lived in squats in the Tenderloin and other places, broke into a vacant building, and we took it over. And a lot of what is now permanently affordable housing actually started as squats in the 80s and 90s. You go to the corner of 16th and Valencia. That was an empty lot for many years. It was squatted 5 times as a music scene. Just down the street was a building that a friend of mine lived in as a squat that is now senior housing, permanently affordable. So that's just my intro to hacking the housing crisis. The folks have said we are woefully in trouble. This is the information that the planning department just published a month ago, showing how far we have gotten in meeting our goals based on job growth in San Francisco for low-income, moderate, and market rate. Market rate being creating housing for folks making a lot of money. We built 200% of the need for market rate housing because basically we're becoming a suburb to Silicon Valley. And we built only 30% of the need for people making the median income. And the median income in San Francisco right now, 120% of median income is $120,000 per family before. We built barely scratched the surface of housing for people making the median. But we did a little bit better at low income. We built 60% of the need. So I want to start by talking a little bit about ideology. You guys know who this guy is? So Alan, he presided over the almost collapse of global finance capitalism. And when speaking at Congress about what the heck was happening, and somebody questioned him about his ideology, he said, yeah, my ideology, my worldview is, something was wrong with my model. I don't know, I've been doing this for 40 years, it seemed to work, but something was a little bit wrong, there's a flaw, and I haven't quite figured it out, but, that's how the guys took over and they started doing quantitative easing and other stuff was like, keep doing it, everything's fine for the moment, so don't worry, don't panic, so. San Francisco, the city that we love, how many people here live in San Francisco? So this is the kind of city that Mark Zuckerberg lives, he just bought a house, he doesn't live in Mission Bay, he doesn't live right here, he doesn't live downtown, he lives in these kind of streets. It was a city that was primarily built from the 1890s to the 1920s before the car. It's a city that's pretty dense. It's about these parts of the city are about 25 to 75 units to the acre. Bunch of 3-story Victorian flats with 6-story apartment buildings in the corners. You could walk to transit. You could walk to your shopping area, and the market built it. But the market was back in 1900. And so there's this idea that the market might continue to build more of this for us today. And so I end up getting into a lot of arguments with the supply and demand siders, and I call them all sorts of names. I say it's really just Reagan era, trickle down theory people. They are really mad at me. So I'm gonna, before I get to solutions, I want to say why market-based solutions, I believe, don't work. And there's 4 pieces of that. One is that if you look at a housing market, the housing market, as Corey said, is a regional animal. So we've got to look at that regionally. Supply is constrained, as you know, in San Francisco. The demand is set by incredible inequality. This is a monopoly situation that we have here. So first, around the regional aspect, this is a map that shows growth in poverty over the last decade. And what you see here is Fairfield, Antioch, Dublin. Those are the cities where the poor are being moved out to. The market does supply affordable housing. It just supplies it tract homes built out of wood frame houses and mobile home parks in the outer fringes of the urban area. That is what the market provides as affordable housing. So I guess I'm wrong. The market does work. We live in a city that is largely built out with incredible land limitations. These are the areas that the planning department says are the focuses for housing development. But even within those areas, this is the entire Mission District, there's only a few sites in there that can actually be developed. And those other areas, like around here, are areas where the zoning is for high-rise buildings, which are incredibly high construction costs. The areas that are along the fringes are all on fill, which also have high construction costs, environmental cleanup costs. And so what we have is a situation of very limited supply of is possible. And then we finally have this, yet another slide Corey showed, a lot of slides around this, of San Francisco being the most income unequal city in the nation, after Atlanta, the greatest growth. This is just comparing San Francisco's income inequality at the highest quintile compared to California and the United States. So we've got incredible demand at the highest level and constrictions of supply. So what does the market do when you have a monopoly situation like that? Well, the moment that prices start to go down, you stop building. This is another planning department slide. The dotted line is how much housing we approve to be built as a city. So when you see the spike here, we had the spike in 2005. We approved about 5,000 units of housing to be built. But pretty soon we hit a bump. And what happened to all that housing? Well, only about 3,000 got built. Because in a monopoly situation, it's the investors who control the market, and they're not willing to build more housing at cheaper when they know there's a constrained supply and incredible demand. It's not cell phones. It's not a new act. It's housing. And local markets control what happens there. So an example of this is micro units. An example of something that has been sold. There's a recent debate a couple of years ago. Let's change the building codes to allow really tiny units, and that's going to create a lot cheaper housing. Architects like to call that affordable by design. We're going to figure out little ways of fiddling around the edges, and we'll build cheaper housing. Sounds great. We complained. We said, well, if you're talking about making it more affordable, can we guarantee that it's going to be more affordable? Nah. We got like a market. So the developer for these things, who's building around the corner, said these things are going to be affordable by design. He was calculating at that time, 2 years ago, $1,300 for a tiny 175 square foot unit, and that was relatively affordable. Now they're under construction, and he's quoted in the paper saying, well, that sounds like pre-war pricing. We're not going to have to be renting them out for more. There's a piece that was built, not micro units, but a little bit larger, recently sold to an investor. There were 225 square foot units were recently sold at over $350,000 per unit. They're being rented as student housing. The selling price was $350,000 units. And this is a block away from the micro unit that's being built. It's a 270 square foot unit that's being rented at $2,200 6 months ago. So this is what our affordable by design with no regulation does. So we need some solutions. And I know Lila said concentrate on one solution. But everyone before me has I think, agreed that solutions are very complicated. We need a whole bunch of them. comprehensive plan. There is no one solution. So these are 4 simple things that were relatively simple. We need to build a balance of housing, a certain amount of affordable housing to market. And we have to figure out what's realistic. We have to talk about ownership, we have to talk about land, we have to talk about financing. So here's Yoda. And Yoda famously said, we can do or not do. There is no try. The market says we try. We're going to try this, we're going to try that, we're going to try this little thing, we're going to get something over here. Our central position is we as a city need to commit ourselves, or else it's just done. So you may very well, depending on what happens, and right after these presentations, I'm going to be off to do it's sort of like coding, writing, policy stuff. There may very well be something else also on the November ballot, so don't forget to vote, which will be a housing balance initiative, unless we work something out that takes a legislative path. We've got till Tuesday to put this on the ballot. That will require at a minimum that 30% of all housing be affordable to folks making the median income affordable living. In the last few weeks, since our proposal has gained steam, although it's something that we've been working on since 2006, I've been called all sorts of crazy about this. You're insane. What do you mean? The market's going to provide. You're going to cut off all market rate development. You can't build more than 70% market rate. In fact, in this city, we have built 30% affordable housing over the last 20 years. Right now, if you look at what's entitled, we're only entitled to build 15% affordable housing going into the future. So what we're saying is, it's been realistic in the past, given a city that is committed to building affordable housing. Let's keep to our word that we will actually do this. A second piece is that we have a lot of housing that is being lost through evictions, through conversions to condominiums. As was said before, there's going to be, on the ballot will be an anti-speculation tax. It has a lot of resonance to folks here. It's what Harvey Milton was working on when he was killed 30 years ago. The week before he was killed, there was a press conference, and he was put, he and George Muscari were going to put an anti-speculation tax on the ballot, and after he was killed, a future mayor then got that slide away. And now we are again in a situation where that will be for all of you in November. But beyond that, beyond stopping the evictions, as we said before, we need more lawyers. We need ways of turning the housing we have into permanently affordable housing. 2 ways of that is we need to create a strong, well-funded fund to secure that housing and turn it into permanently affordable units. We need to require the tenant associations to be offered a right of first refusal to buy their building. Come from the co-housing world, come from the community land trust world. The community land trust in San Francisco has actually already done several of these, and we're able to grow a fund to make that happen. We'll see a lot more. We need to secure land. The city does not have a huge amount of land, but we have quite a bit of land. So Ophelia mentioned the 150 notice. In 2006, I think 2006, we put an ordinance that required the city to provide all surplus properties as affordable housing for homeless people as the first priority. The 150 notice is the first city-owned site that we identified as housing for homeless people. Now the city is looking at expanding that uses of public sites, either community, school district, or PDC, that don't come under our old surplus properties ordinance. There's some sort of use that's yet to be determined. And we think that any public site should be dedicated to affordable housing. If there are sites that are the size of an affordable housing building, anything from 50 to 150 unit sites, they should be 100% built. We already own that land. It should not go to selling it off for other income. If there are larger sites, there's been talk of some reservoirs, we think that we should at least have master plans that demand that 40% of that land should be affordable. We think that's very doable. But we also think that private landlords can incentivize to build affordable housing. And the way that we do that is whenever we talk about tinkering with codes, changing zoning, creating new density bonuses, we should make those things linked to creating 20% affordable units. We need to make zoning that works for affordable housing. So there's a lot of areas that are not in those plan areas on the west side of the city. They're zoned at 40 and 50. We think that 60-foot heights are really the appropriate heights. We now have new building codes that make 65-foot heights relatively affordable in terms of construction costs. But we need to do that in a way that requires affordable housing to be developed on the site. And the last piece is funding. We need to raise new revenues, both the land acquisition, environmental remediation, and development. Ophelia talked about Prop C, which was the proposal that we put on the ballot 2 years ago. The mayor has dedicated new funding this year, although it's actually borrowing from future Prop C funds, because there's an acknowledgement that we don't have enough money now. So that means that we need to start looking at it. There is at the state level, Tom Aliano is starting to look at a change to Proposition 13 that is maybe going to gain steam by 2016. Trans-Bay, the area just entered, is going to start throwing off a lot of property tax revenue. We need to start talking about how we use those revenues and dedicate them to affordable housing. But we also need to look at private capital. And affordable housing is not venture capital. It's not a casino game. It is sure return, low risk returns. We don't, at least in San Francisco, our affordable housing developers never default on their and so how do we pull together a pension fund where a lot of that capital is floating around? You know, when I read in the paper that Pinterest, who knows Pinterest? So Pinterest is on its way to join the small club of sites that have $10 billion in capitalization. They have yet to provide profit or a market. Twitter has yet to provide profit. And yet we are sinking billions of dollars into projects that don't have profit or marketing plan. And we are sorely in need of money for development that we know is a sure thing that has an incredible amount of clients. And yeah, maybe we get a 2% interest or 3% interest. This is patient capital that they have. There's opportunities here, particularly around this idea of buying, acquiring, and rehabbing existing buildings. So there you have it. 4 simple solutions. I think what it takes is political will, a willingness to drop false ideologies, and to understand that to really resolve a housing crisis means looking at infrastructure that is based on a different kind of ideology that says that we as a society can create that infrastructure so that our city can remain diverse, creative, innovative, quality. And don't stop there. Thank you.
I'm going to allow for 2 questions.
Why do you consider San Francisco development a monopoly?
So the question is why I consider San Francisco development a monopoly. So free market is based on a competitive competition of suppliers and competition of demand. There is infinite demand at an incredibly high income level, and there is very limited supply. And so what happens is that as soon as there's a market turn, there is no other competition except for the global investment that leads to market rate development. So let's say there's a downturn in the cell phone market. Android's going to fill in a gap for the folks who can't buy the latest item or whatever. There's a whole competition around cell phones that allows folks, now the poorest of folks in the third world, have cell phones and apply for it. You have a monopoly situation where as soon as there is any drop in the market price for housing stops. So in 2010, 2011, housing dropped from building 3,000 units a year that we were building in 2008 down to I think less than 1,000. We built 800 units. Why? Because there's a conflict situation and investors aren't willing to invest in the slight change because they know that prices are going to be up. So it's, the price is kept artificial.
Okay, one more.
Yes.
So you referred to highlight. Can you speak to
So the question is, there's a lower cost, referring to high-rise development versus low-rise development. There's perhaps a lower cost per person in terms of cost of construction. So there's two parts to that. I think you're right. There is in high-rise construction there's a lower cost that is incurred. The cost that we as affordable housing developers can incur cannot go beyond a certain level of construction costs. So you may see every so often, and this is sort of a relatively modern problem in terms of cost of steel and cost of labor and so forth. If you look at New York in the 1930s, New York was building a lot of affordable housing high-rise. Today, a high-rise model is really expensive luxury model, both in terms of the selling price, but also in terms of so our mayor's office of housing, our tax credit investors are unwilling to put money towards building affordable housing, really for anything above $80,000. Primarily, they're looking at $60,000. The reason for that is you can build with wood-frame construction. Like I said, it used to be different, but it was sort of a limit. There's new engineering building that allows to build 65 feet without the same construction. So once you get to a much higher construction cost, even though you might have more people living there, and the land cost may be going up divided by the number of units, it's still such an expensive construction cost that that is really going to take a lot of hazard. Maybe all of you can come up with some design solutions that all of us resolve that and actually be 100% affordable or 50% affordable. Tokyo and Hong Kong can do it.
Some of the days. Okay, so that means if you have a question, ask during the break. Now I would like to welcome up Taiko Takagi, Vice President of Products at Zeta Building Design.
Hi. I'll do my thing. I will apologize for having to run off after this. I have to take 104-year-olds to Fairyland. So ask me a lot of questions and keep me here as long as I will try to come back. What I'm going to be presenting is a very specific solution that has to do with my company, but I know it's a very wide and broad problem we're trying to solve, and I want to be part of the discussion that integrates the solutions, but I will try and come back after more questions. So my company is Zeta. We build off-site manufactured housing, and our factory is outside of Sacramento. It runs for the same presentation fairly recently, so I apologize if it's the same. The questions there were how to make housing more affordable. Part of what I'm offering is how to make construction costs more affordable. That is a little bit neutral as far as we do work with both affordable housing developers. We're working with bridge, even charity housing right now. We also work with market rate housing. So it's part of the questions that came up that I want to solve, and I'll put towards you guys to think about the answers. If I'm trying to lower construction costs, how can we help that be passed on to the end user rather than just help the developers make more money? However, when we look at affordable housing developers, we are taking multiple projects that have been shelved for years and making them feasible, making it buildable again, because they're not just affordable developers. So more units right now is my focus. It's kind of my focus. I'll just go through the slides pretty quickly so I can answer some questions. We can also show a short video. Fernanda, sorry, that is a micro-unit project across around the corner that did cost a lot of money, or does cost a lot of money to rent. We did build it, again, we're neutral, we built it for a market rate developer, but we built it in a factory build setting where he was able to show proof of concept. And a lot of the affordable developers actually followed in suit after he showed that it was possible to do this in San Francisco. So there are some negatives towards, affordable market rate developers, but they do pave the way for a lot of other developers as well. What is factory built housing is what we're going to go over today. How does factory built housing help, and a couple of case studies. Factory built Factory built housing is an actual division of the government run by California. The mission is to build more and affordable housing through a manufacturing process. It's all California codes. There's nothing about it that makes it less than a site-built product. It's simply built off-site in a factory in a manufacturing setting. We deliver multifamily housing for 5-story, type 5, type 3 across the Bay Area. Right now we're working on about 400 units currently for this year. And again, half of those are affordable housing, half of them are market-rate housing. What we try to do in our factory is complete about 90 to 100% of the actual interior of the unit, which will be assembled on site to complete the building. So there's still about 50% of the building needs to be created and finished on site. When we go out to the site, it doesn't look, like a completed building. It won't have its exterior on, it won't have its roof on, but the interior of the building will be completed. That offers a lot of stability in cost and a lot of quality assurance for the developers. So anybody who's risk averse can have a lot more control over what they're doing when they're doing the manufacturing process. Part of the ways to control, again, this just shows an example of the interiors of the units that go out. As you can see from when it's being created into place, it doesn't look like much from the outside. There's a structure there. We work with Typify, who's a very well-known structural engineer who's worked on multiple housing projects in the city. So we're not a gang of manufacturers coming from out of state to supply housing to the state. We are coming from site-built work of engineers and developers who went into a factory to try and come up with some solutions to make it more affordable housing. How we do that, partially, is the advancements in software have taken us leaps and bounds to where we can integrate the manufacturing process into something like housing that's highly coordinated. We've been information modeling, which makes it so when it gets to the job site, everything lines up perfectly. Also, given that it's automated, it's going down, literally going down the factory line. We're not just taking something and building it offsite in the warehouse. We're sending it down and assembling the line. We do have skilled workers. However, given that it is already pre-planned and pre-shop drawn out entirely, we're able to use less money through labor. We are a California Carpenters Union factory, so we're not taking jobs away from the local communities. We're providing part of the solution with the California Carpenters Union. I'm sorry, I've been a little sick, so I am using it. Part of the free biggies that offsite publication usually offers is time savings. But for the production, once it is fully designed and fully been shop drawn, we're able to reduce it about 50% less to 75% less time in the factory than we take to build it on site. When it gets to the site, it can then take a couple months off the general construction time because the interior units are already completed. There's still, again, a lot of work to be done on site. It's not a complete single family home, or something that you find on a catalog. It's completely site specific and special ordered for that project. The quality can be maintained just much higher. You're able to do it in a quality controlled environment where you don't have weather and damages you have on the site. We're also able to build and pick better quality materials. Our base spec level is much higher than other manufacturing companies, and we just use that as a base. All of our projects have been started from zero energy to a weak platinum type level. So all of our windows and our insulation and our thermal spec level starts higher. So there's no cost penalty to add for those products. Our budget, since we are able to lock in the cost of construction budget, in the schedule earlier in the process, which brings down the overall cost. One solution is through risk removal. A lot of times people are coming to us and saying, well, this is such a new thing, what to do, let's can handle it. It actually is not, it's not that new. And the risk removal is by pre-construction and are completely pre-building it in a virtual world. We get to the site. We are actually removing all the risk because we are creating. I'm sure most of you have had some experience with construction. What they're doing on the site is looking at drawings and checking back to details and trying to create that on site. And we're using skilled labor to make that analysis. But usually each detail, known as architect's room, fashion. A lot of times the details don't add up to every single condition, every single area is not typical. And that's when the project gets into overruns, cost overruns, and errors. Some of the examples that we're working on right now, sorry, this is not going well. This is a project in Embryoville, it's a 5-story over podium, 100 units, mixed sizes. A project in Sacramento, again, 5-story over podium. Most of these go through a stage process where the cost of permitting is far less than what we're used to in the local jurisdictions because it's through a third-party review team through the state of California, and HCD runs the process. Most of our permit fees have come in less than $10,000 for these large multi-unit projects. It's unheard of. This is for Eden. This is on the shelf and complaining the problem, but it's again affordable housing developer and this is the project that is not referred to in the micro units around the corner. Again, it was we built it in the factory in 6 weeks and they installed it in 4 days and then settled it up in like a couple of days. So I would say neutral comments on that, but we are working on a couple of projects in the city currently now in third stages. This will be under construction by the end of this year. I will open it up to questions.
Two questions. What's the difference between factory building and fab? And how high can you build the stories and is 5 the maximum? And do you ever do sites? Sites.
Okay, so prefab and factory build really are, in a way, interchangeable. Factory build is an actual division, a department under housing and community development under the government. We're trying to stay away from prefab in the sense that often connotates the idea that like a well magazine figure out to buy something that someone's already pre-designed for you. So it's not been pre-designed. We pre-engineered some of our typical detailing as we would for any type of construction, so we don't we do it specifically per project. So the term is a little bit disassociated with prefab in that way, but the term modular prefab, there's not one definition. Right now we're building in wood, so we are type 3 and type 5, so you can go 5 stories over podium, which is the maximum per code right now in this country. As sites, we have worked and collaborated with developers to locate sites, which that's not part of our business plan, but our team does, do a lot of work with developers and help figure out where this would be best used.
Well, another question is, cost reduction in this sector versus traditional.
It's hard to say exactly what's the minimum. Across the board, we can save about 20% right off the top as far as controlling costs of material overrun. We're not necessarily going to get the cost of sticks and bricks any less than the DC on site. However, we're going to control any waste factors of that, down to each stud in the factory setting. We almost have zero waste. That's one way that we can just shave off a percentage off the top. Every project would be a little bit different, but that's about the standard amount of minimum that you'd be saving from just a material standpoint. And then you have to calculate your development costs and your time savings and how much that can save over the entire project. And so, sometimes that can get to 50%. I'm not talking about soft costs at all, but what I'm presenting right now. It completely depends on the size of your project. So the larger you get, the soft cost is usually less of a percentage because architect fees and whatnot. So typically on a large project, you can get down to a 4, 2 to 6% fee for an overall construction, based on construction costs. When you get to smaller projects, it would be on the home, you get up to 20% of the construction cost.
We still have some seats over here on the side and in the back row. We'll start to come around this way. And while you're doing that, I would like to have Bruce Wolf come up. And Bruce, Michael needs. So I want to let you know this is going to be our last presentation before we take a break. But before we break, Carrie from the going to say a few quick words. But before we do that, I would like to introduce Bruce Wolf, who's here on the San Francisco Community Land Trust.
Thank you, Laura. I just want to give props to everybody who has spoken before because Lila did a great job on lining them all up because it makes my presentation so much shorter. I don't have to explain all that stuff. Corey did great with all my infographics. So let's get down to the nuts and bolts, the brick and mortar. How do we really hack the system? And so let me just get some notes out. There's so much to talk about, and it's not much time. So I'm going to provide you with kind of an outline of what the San Francisco Community Land Trust is. How do we save what little more will have left? How do we keep low divider of tenants in their homes, seniors, people with disabilities, veterans, and others? We've heard a lot about that today already. How can we stop unnecessary evictions? And how can we create real community ownership? And maybe even crowdfunding, perhaps. So I'm here to tell you kind of one way that very thoughtful people, including Fernando Marti, I don't know if he's still here. He was part of the founding and was very helpful and continues to be helpful along with us. So let's get So San Francisco Community Land Trust was developed by a bunch of people that were kind of interested in not so much communal housing, but on how to preserve the housing there is. There are lots of people out there that are living together, either in separate apartments or in roommate situations, or in other different kinds of housing. You have many different kinds of alternative types of housing here that people can live together in. And how do we make sure that they get to stay in their place and be permanent, affordable, and long-term, and stay that way for year in, year out? So the Land Trust is a membership-based organization. What that means is that it's community-owned. So there isn't one person taking home a check at the end of the day. There's a diverse board that works together, that is made up of members, made up of people who are actually living in the in their homes, and also members of the community. So the purpose, what we seek to do is to preserve community diversity by stabilizing and strengthening low-income communities. We primarily work with the 30 to 80% AMI range of folks. We try to preserve existing housing as currently affordable, create housing opportunities that allow for resident control and enable community ownership. So housing values, how do we keep housing permanently affordable? One is by resale price restrictions written into the ground lease, limited equity housing cooperatives, and zero equity housing cooperatives. And I'll talk about the difference of that in a minute. Diverse land trust board of directors that represents a very wide swath of people. Funding from various government sources dedicated for affordable housing, and we've heard about how some of that money is coming up. Currently, there's a brand new program coming online called the Small Sites Acquisition Fund, the Rehab Fund, that will be very helpful for projects that we do and for other projects. And so if you have some interest in that, we'll talk about that during the breakouts if you're really interested in that. The difference between limited equity housing co-ops and zero equity housing co-ops is with limited equity, there's a kind of transfer of assets. So people are going to have to deal with some taxes on that. But with zero equity housing co-ops, there isn't it. People can just move in, they don't have to put any money down. We work out the rents that they have been paying and see how they add up. And if they can add up enough to pay for a mortgage based upon the selling price of the house, we'll do it. And we'll pay sometimes market rate, but that means those people get to stay in their homes, they get to pay pretty much what they have always been paying, even under rent control. And then they get to control it all themselves. Sorry. So the house, so the ground that the building is on is owned by the land trust. And land trust, its mission is to hold it for the purposes of affordable housing. We then provide, we'll talk about co-ops in a moment. We provide the cooperative that usually will kind of buy it in a way, but we provide them with a 99-year guarantee. And in the state of California, that just means ownership. Okay. So what does the land trust do? We seek and secure financing. We support and guide the process of transition from rental to co-op. Now, why don't we go straight into home ownership? There's a lot of reasons why we don't do that. Now, redevelopment agencies to do a lot of limited equity home ownership, but that also takes rental stock off the market, and it does that pretty much permanently. So in this kind of way, it kind of needs a happy medium. We create a cooperative. These are people that are coming together. They can come and go. There can be transition, so they can actually lead and kind of sell their share. It usually is for a very small amount of increase in equity based upon how the market goes up or down. They can't, just go out and sell it to the market rate. And if the person doesn't want to belong to the co-op, they can have a lifetime, which stay as long as they like. So what we do is we help. Most renters don't know what it means to come together to form a co-op. So we provide full-on training, organizationally and financially, because they have to learn how to take care of the building that they're living in. They have to pay attention to repairs, they have to pay the utilities, there's a lot of costs that are involved in maintaining this. So it's a real education. It's a kind of education that helps people become responsible around their own finances also. And we see that transformation a lot of times. It can be difficult, but most of the time people do come together because they know in the end, if they don't do it, they're going to lose their place. So there's incentive for them to pay attention and do work. So we provide this education and technical assistance, and we provide ongoing stewardship for the long term. So this is how it's controlled. So basically, we start out with a board of directors. There you go. Okay. So we start with the board of directors. There are 4 selected by the lessees, the people in the co-ops. Then there are 4 selected by general members, and then there are 4 skilled affiliates. These are people from organizations that have capacity, experience, and other resources. So it's a good diversity of the board to help make decisions. Then we have a number of standing committees and then an annual meeting. So it's a fairly easy and very workable organization. So how many people know what a cooperative is? Okay, that's good. How many people know what a land trust is? How many people have heard of San Francisco Community Land Trust? Okay, so basically, this is the only one of its kind that does it in an urban setting. Most land trusts you hear about are, big swaths of land that they subdivide, and everybody gets their own little place to put the house. This is very different. We're trying to preserve what housing there is and making sure people don't get displaced. That's a really important factor. And so developing a cooperative helps people do that. So some of the common features are collective ownership, democratic structure, limited liability, nonprofit, and lowest costs. So we all know the difference between condominiums. So condominium, everybody has their own share. In a housing co-op, everybody owns a piece of the rock. And obviously, in a rental apartment, the rental doesn't own anything. So that's why co-ops are really good. And so, what's the difference? So I'm going to run through these fairly quickly because I want to leave a lot of time for questions and answers, and also for the breakout, because we really we've got a lot of work that we need to do to really continue this project going. It's beyond proof of concept. So when you're renting, you can be evicted, you pay the rent, but you didn't pay the equity. You could not will the apartment to anyone else. So if you pass away with a co-op, so you can pass on your place to your child if you pass away. You have to wait for the owner to do repairs, not the co-op. You all decide together when you want the repairs to be done. You need to raise more money, you figure it out. Okay. There are lots more freedom in co-ops. Some of the pros and cons. I'm not going to go too much into this. Some of the cons I think are important to notate. Co-op owners are expected to play an active role in managing, and mentioned before, sometimes it can be a little tough for people to start working together when they haven't done it before, but it's an opportunity not to lose their place. And there's just a lot more responsibility. So we've not had any co-ops fall apart, and most of the co-ops that are existing here in the city continue to exist. Many of them are having more difficulties because they can't buy their building. So the co-ops still exist, but they can't buy their building and their rents keep going up. Because they're a co-op, they're kind of considered a business, and so they're not really quite under rent control. It's kind of a weird place in there. So different types of housing co-ops. I mentioned some of these before, and this is basically how the process works. So I'm going to stop right there. I'm going to look at questions and answers. Sure.
The largest apartment complex that used to organizations here. What can be done to do the apartment setting large enough?
Well, that's now owned by other people. That's That's true. And the question was about partnership, much like some of the larger co-ops in New York. I'm from New York. I used to drive by Co-op City all the time. That's, it's a big, huge endeavor to do that. Possibility. Yes.
What about the land before? Very powerful in the United States. But it's more like you guys have a reference on. So how about that funding? Why do they sell the units at the low market? It's for the at market, and then that profit, the profit is that back to the land trust. Is that what the land trust is about?
So this particular kind of land trust relies on some government subsidies, and the reason why is because our mission is to prevent the most vulnerable population from being displaced. And that's what we've all been talking about here today. So that's why I said earlier, 30 to 80% AMI. That's the place where everybody starts to fall through the cracks. It's a safety net that looks like a fish net. It doesn't look like a pair of stockings. So there's a lot of big holes for people to fall through. Yeah.
Is there a minimum number of units that you need to have in order to qualify as a co-op?
It's a very good question. So how many minimum units does it take to be qualified for us to consider the building? It really matters on what the income has been in rents. And so that's really, if there's enough income and there's enough to pay for the mortgage based on the sales price of the building, we would definitely run to that quickly, as fast as we can. Yeah, follow up.
There's a whole part of it. So would it be possible, in principle, for someone, let's say, owns a single-family historic house who cannot pay for the preservation and maintenance of it, to be able to convert it into a co-op where more people can live in it, and the thing is preserved for posterity, along with being affordable equal housing?
Well, we're not trying to be the only design trust in the city. We're creating a model that other people can replicate. We just have to be pretty successful at it so far. We have 4 properties. We just closed one this past week called Merry-Go-Round House in the Mission. All those people are very happy. It's a big deal. And there was another building which we just lost, but the new owners have promised to not evict anybody and to take care of the building. So there's always a possibility in the future. We miss out on a lot of things. And yes, it is difficult to create seed money for this. And that's why we do rely on some city funds to be able to do that. Okay, so I think it'd be great if into the breakout session and answer a lot more questions that are really more about the nuts and bolts there. So thank you very much.
I looked at this Terry Day, who is from the Impact Hub SoMa, which is on the post today. I also want to thank Intersection for the Arts. We're actually using intersection space for these meetings. It's an awesome organization. I hope you'll look them up online. And they have a relationship with the hub where they really that connection, where they share space for the I need to thank Dr. Carey, and then we'll take a 10-minute break. We're calling it a coffee break, it's a restroom break, we've got restrooms down the hall. Please be back in your seats in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much, Wyland. Welcome to Intersection for the Arts Space. As you mentioned, I'm actually working with Impact Hub Bay Area. Impact Hub is a global membership organization for social entrepreneurs and nonprofits, and we work with organizations like San Francisco Public Press and Shareables. Shareables been a member for years to improve the quality of life in many different locations. And so here in San Francisco, we're part of a larger project called the 5N Project for 5th and Mission. And one of our partners in the 5N Project is Intersection for the Arts. And so we do a lot of the more community and very local, hyper-local events in conjunction with Intersection for the Arts and our other local partners like the San Francisco Digital Film School. And the whole project is managed by a company called Forest City, which originally brought us all together in this one building as a way to explore how we would work together when this neighborhood developed. So I appreciate you all coming. As I said, Impact Hub Bay Area is a membership organization, and later today, after your lunch, you'll be working in the Impact Hub. We've set aside all of our meeting rooms for you to work in your small groups, and you're also welcome to work in the open space today, and then you'll be coming back in here for the presentations at 5. Our meeting rooms are on 2 floors. So we have 3 downstairs, and we have 2, if you go up that spiral staircase upstairs, a lot of people to help direct you to the meeting rooms when the time comes. But because we're a membership organization, we invite you to return to work at the Impact Hub anytime. You can join as a member, or you can just come for a day pass, or you can come as a guest for a member. If you have any questions, I'll be around wearing my PC spot Impact Hub. And I hope you guys all have a great day. And let me know if you have any questions.
I guess the past year was their first year to get art education. They had a bunch of art. On art projects. Different art. And they were able to hear talk about
Yeah, we can get you one.
And you know what? So that chair is not being used, but that's not a complaint.
Hello? Okay. And you can take your seats. Everyone, thank you for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed the presentations. There are actually more great presentations that we're going to turn after these presentations unless we get started soon. Thank you. I think what we're going to do is get started, and then people will join us when they hear that we're so quiet. Does anybody have, like, 1 minute, Peggy Janice will be joining us up here in a minute. Michael's going to load up her slides. Does anyone have any logistical questions, or are things pretty good? Everyone saw where the coffee was actually moved from the hall a little bit. Just off the gallery there. If you're standing, please come and take a seat so that everyone else coming in knows that that's what we're doing. I can start speaking. Stand up. Oh, do speak. Yes, here we go. Oh, great. I can talk a little bit about that while people are coming. There will be up to 20 grants. So right now, we have posted in the outlook some ideas. Some of the ideas came from solution ideas, some came from the board of citations, others are ones that people have proposed. There's room for more. Right now, I give you this at 12 up to see if people are interested in those topics. We're going to put more blank ones up just to let groups define themselves what solutions they want to pursue. And we want to give people an idea of what the range of possibilities were. So, Michael, stay, right. So we can talk a little bit about what are the solutions. We're looking for ideas that are either new or amplified in existing program in a way that we either add a lot of additional affordable housing or provide much more security for existing programs. So if you think about ideas like that, something that's new, something that's simple that we can focus on, and think about how effective is this program, how here we go. How effective is it? How feasible is it in terms of financial legal hurdles? What kind of context? And one thing you talk about this a little more. I just saw it for time was to get people in. But Peggy, I think we should get started. I'd love to introduce you all to Peggy Janice from the Bay Area, and she is going to get started here. Peggy is a senior program officer at Bay Area West. Here we go. And we come on.
Can't hear you.
Is that working? Is that working? Yeah. Okay. Try to hold it, hold the remote control, and hold my computer. So thank you again, Lana, for having me here, and thank all of you for being here. This is such an important topic, and I wish I could for the entire day to hear about the solutions that I wanted to tell you a little bit about some possible solutions on the way. So I am with a national organization called Local Municipal Corporation. We work throughout the country working with residents and public officials and various stakeholders to create great places to live, work, do business, and raise families. And affordable housing is a key issue in all the neighborhoods that we work in. I'm sure this slide is not a surprise to any of you. So the problem we have in the Bay Area is escalating rents that are housing for families, working families, and frankly middle-class families as well. The rents in the Bay Area increased about 10% in this first quarter, to an average of $2,000 a month. And in some of our neighbor cities, it ranges from $2,000 in San Jose and Oakland to over $3,000 in San Francisco. And so what that means is that in order to afford these rents, you need to earn at least about $40 an hour or $80,000 a year to afford these average rents. And in San Francisco, that's almost $60 an hour and over $50,000 a year. So definitely out of reach for a lot of families that want to stay in San Francisco, the Bay Area, as well as come into the region. So what are some of the solutions? I think
think there are multiple array of solutions we need to look at, both locally as well as regionally and across the state. When the state eliminated redevelopment about 2 years ago, it eliminated over $1 billion of resources for affordable housing throughout the state. And that hole has not been plugged yet. But I would have to say in the last 2 weeks, I'm a little bit more optimistic than the last 2 years. There's been some incredible movement around a couple of programs and advocacy. One is last Tuesday, voters overwhelmingly approved Proposition 41, so put yourself in the hand. And that is going to provide over $600 million for housing for homeless and low-income veterans and their families. And this will be a state source that gets allocated throughout the state. The other promising aspect on the state level is the new Assembly Speaker, Tony Atkins, really pushed to have $100 million set aside for the multifamily housing program. It's a program that subsidizes development of housing for low-income families, as well as a special pot for support housing for people in special needs. And this would be kind of the first time in over a decade that general fund dollars would be set aside. So this is part of the negotiations that are happening this week. One of the more exciting solutions that is on the horizon is around cap and trade. How many of you have heard about cap and trade? Good, I don't have to explain it, so I can't explain it too well. And you might ask yourselves, what does cap and trade have to do with housing? Housing and land use and transportation issues have kind of been at the forefront, and I think what's been exciting in the last 5 years or more, when the state passed a couple of landmark legislation around reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and then aligning land use planning, housing and transportation planning to achieve those goals. Cap and trade was one of the issues that came out of it. And so there is a nexus between providing housing near transit and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Two advocacy organizations, Transform and the California Housing Partnership, came out with a report last month, and they looked at the transportation needs of low-income households. And they found that low-income households drive 25 to 30% less when they're living within half a mile near transit. And when they live a quarter mile near transit, that drops to nearly 50%. And conversely, higher income households drive twice as far and own twice as many vehicles than low-income families that are living a quarter mile of transit. So showing that there is this nexus between having housing near transit and how that will help the environment has made the case to pass some of the cap and trade plans go towards affordable housing. So that's currently in negotiations right now in the budget. I think advocates are cautiously optimistic that a set aside of cap and trade, anywhere from 20% to 25%, can be used for affordable housing. That can mean anywhere from $200 million annually for the state. It goes in some ways to replacing the loss that experienced when affordable housing redevelopment agencies were eliminated. And certainly we would need more solutions, hopefully a higher percentage that goes towards housing. I think the other solution lies with all of you and all of you here, and the advocacy to, even though there are great supporters to get some of the cap and trade funds allocated for affordable housing, it's not a done deal yet. It is currently in negotiation on the budget front in Sacramento. And so legislators and the governor need to hear from all of us that housing is important, housing does help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and that some of the cap and trade funds should be going towards affordable housing. And you can advocate on many levels locally through organizations like CHOO, Council of Housing Organizations. I know Fernando will come in a little bit later. In the East Bay, there's East Bay Housing Organization, the nonprofit housing association that covers California. If you're really interested in cap and trade and other state resources, Help in California is the statewide organization. So yeah, I'm very excited that all of you are here and are part of the solution. And I'm also to just take questions or just do it
So with the cap and trade funds, is there a way of making some innovation dollars out of them? So where we're talking about these new solutions and that co-design, is there a way to think of them, in that fashion?
I think that the question was whether or not there's a way to look at the cap and trade funds and innovative and maybe use some of that to spark innovation in the housing field. And I think there might be some ways to do that. The talk is to have a portion of the cap and trade dedicated for affordable housing. There is a portion that's supposed to be dedicated to address concerns that affect communities that are hardest hit by emissions, and those tend to be some of our lowest income neighborhoods. So I think there's that possibility. I don't know, at this level, it's securing the funds, and then I think it's getting involved in the laying out the programmatic details. So we'll be very good.
You mentioned the state and Senate negotiations. How much, where do you think you're at with political support for getting that 20% upcoming year?
I think people are cautiously optimistic that it will be included. It is part of the President's program of the Senate, General Steinberg. It is actually his proposal, so he is pushing it. And I think there's a lot of negotiations happening between him, Speaker Act, and the governor, and what happens with cap and trade.
How much of it is going towards transit improvement? Connecting one.
The question was how much of cap and trade goes towards
How much can be going to transit improvement and linking?
I believe that the percentage I heard for transit is about 25%. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Andrew Hyder up here. Andrew is a development relations engineer for Code for America. His presentation is going to take a slightly different format, but we think he's going to provide a lot of great, useful information for you. Here you go.
Everyone, thank you very much for attending today. I just got finished with an endless activation, so thank you guys for volunteering to work on this stuff. What I wanted to do today was just do a quick explanation of what we're about and offer you guys a couple things that should really help out as you guys are doing your project. The Code for America is a nonprofit based here in San Francisco, but we work with cities all across the country to work with local government and communities to really help with
Right here. I said thank you to everyone here. Thank you very much. We're Code for America. We do lots of cool stuff. One of which is the fellowship program. I have a fellowship in it. I was a fellow last year at Kansas City. So I worked with Ariel Kennan from Brooklyn. I'm from San Francisco. We met there, worked with the mayor's office to do a bunch of work. Some of it was related to housing and what she had to do. We did three main types of work. There's about opening up a bunch of data, about doing a bunch of community organizing, and then building a bunch of applications and all this stuff. The first main piece was about open data. We actually wrote a bunch of legislation on both Kansas and the Missouri side to require them to start putting a bunch of their data online and in a format. So some of the work we started last year just got passed last week. So pretty proud of that.
What that means is that they are now required to start putting their data up on the data portal. So this is Kansas City, and this is the housing data that they have. But they're now required to update it pretty regularly, and it's out there, and it's useful for the people like us to do analysis on it and start building things on top of it. But what we figured out was that just a big pile of data somewhere isn't entirely super useful. So we started working to organize that data to the formats that have a figure out. One of these is called house facts. It's this combination of data about from the health departments, from the fire departments, from the police department, and sort of the entire history that a city has with a house. Like all of the violations and everything that's ever happened with that place in a standard format. So we got Kansas City on it, but we work really closely with San Francisco, so it's available here too. And it's starting to spread everywhere. So what it means is like that spreadsheet before with all those columns, it means they're all talking about it, that same spreadsheet, that same column names, all that stuff. What's cool about it is then once it's a standard and it spreads pretty wide, lots of tools start being built upon it for all of these different cities. So some of the big real estate companies, many of them, truly is one, have started to include this stuff in the services that they provide for those cities. So like if you come to a house, there's a $3 million little shack. Really scroll way down, and you'll see like in the searches for Kansas City and San Francisco, you see the house facts data standard. You can see this one had hazardous building violations inside of the house. So as you're searching for properties in these places, it just saves you a bunch of trips to the assessors and all that. It's all there. So we're going to spread that data standard all across. So I've collected all the San Francisco house facts data stuff. Here is the link to the actual San Francisco data portal. And it's a big pile of data for you guys to actually start using to maybe build some things on top of it, perhaps, to find out who the most egregious landlords are, the most violations, all that kind of stuff. So it's there, and you can help with it. In case you need to have a different look into it, we've got a little viewer. House facts, not me. It shows San Francisco housing, random tax violation. You can sort of start to see what format it's got. These are all here to help you do interesting stuff with the data. So I offer that up to you guys. This data is really useful in some of the solutions that you have. Another big thing we did in Kansas City was, besides opening up data and putting standards like that, we did a ton of community organizing. That took a lot of different forms. It was a series of events that we threw, the largest of which was the National Day of Civic Hacking. We ran it out of the train station, had 100 people. They built a bunch of really, really cool, interesting things for the neighborhood. What this ended up turning into was the Kansas City Brigade, which is a regular event that they have every week. One of the weeks every month they meet in City Hall to be in the department to figure out some of their problems, and they get the best of them working with some of that stuff. But it's not just in Kansas City that they're doing this kind of work, it's all over the world. So Coach America helps support all these groups. Many of them existed before we were around, but we help organize these topics. One of these groups is Coach San Francisco, which meets every single Wednesday night at the Howard in the Coach America office. We're starting at 9:30. And I'm inviting all of you to come and continue the great work that you start today in our space. This is a dedicated place every single week that you guys have to come work on this stuff. It's full of developers, designers, policy advocates, everybody who cares about civic issues in San Francisco. So it's cool since we have them all across the country, all of the groups, we can start to work really widely. This is the U.S. City Open Data Census that we worked to build with the Knowledge Foundation out of Berlin and the Sunlight Foundation out of DC. This is all of the U.S. cities all the way down where we have groups in. And we identified 18 really important data sets that we think should be publicly available, that these local governments should make available so that they build interesting and analysis on top of it. A couple that are relevant to you guys today are construction permits, what else we got? Property deed, zoning, that type of stuff. I'm happy to see San Francisco is the highest score out of every city in the country. That's pretty cool. This is all volunteer done. This is a bunch of people who did the research to find out where each of these were in the city. One glaring omission for San Francisco is that none of our volunteers are yet found. You guys can find out where those are, and if they're available online, if they're not integrated, if they're free, if they're machine readable, so we can help get a high score for those as well. So if you click on any of these links, you actually go and find out where that data lives. So if any of these data sets are relevant to the project which you guys are working on, we'll come here and find exactly how to get it and download it and work with it. So we work with it broadly across all of these volunteer groups, but we also work with it locally. This is a photo of in the hub there. This is during Code Cross. It's another big event that we run. The San Francisco day at Code Cross, one of the little tracks that was run was to find all of the data we could about housing in San Francisco. We have not done much with it yet, but we haven't. I found it, we went to the data portal, we went to the county's data, we went to state, national, we went to nonprofits and companies. We made this huge, big pile of data. We sort of organized it, the links to it, and some descriptions about it. So it's another really good resource for you guys if you're trying to find specific data about San Francisco housing. Chances are we found it here. We want to do a ton more work with it, but we're volunteers. This is how far we've gotten in the process so far. We'd love your help. So that's what I'm offering up to you guys. It's a ton of data that's really relevant to the things you guys are working on. Also, space to continue to work on these projects. Every single Wednesday night, go to San Francisco, 19 Howard, 6:30 to 9:30. And if all of this type of work sounds interesting to you, building up data, doing community organizing, and building applications on top of that, the applications just open to become a fellow for yourself. Thank you guys very much.
Two or three questions, and can you tell us how many people from Code for America are here today who might be able to float around and talk to this?
Just me. Yes, sir.
Is there a standard format or software that you guys are implementing so it would be important visualization or organization programs like GIS?
So the question was, is there a standard format for the applications that we build? I would say no. I would say they're almost all volunteer built, and so everything is open source and shared, and we build it in a way that could be then redeployed for new cities. But if you ask me specifically if you can get a lot of that stuff in the GIS programs and all that, yeah, the standards we use, everything we collect up there is in the format of tools that you have.
So I mentioned earlier about this housing balance legislation. Require 30% of everything that gets developed on board. Point back in time. The director of the planning department in San Francisco has put up a roadblock. It's really hard for the planning department to get real-time data on how much housing is affordable and how much housing is market rate. It's easy to get that data. Is there a way for them to contract Code for America to provide that data for them?
So we worked with the city of San Francisco last year. The question was, how can San Francisco Planning Department and Housing work with Code for America? We actually worked with San Francisco last year with the help of the Services Department. We did a ton of work about keeping voting on food stamps and with so we've already done that. So officially working.
Data is only excluded as investment data.
That's right.
So what we have is really good data right now back in 2006, which was provided. We're working on including data back further, but we're going to be really offers of staff time to do that. So we have it. It's going to be taken with a lot of sources we cannot.
Yeah, perfect. So the city knows that this is an important issue and are working on making it available in the new formats that people like us can actually use and the skills that we have and we volunteer.
Andrew, thank you. Andrew, I am the natural. I should have pointed out Michael Stoller, executive director, who's standing here. I'm just going to have him introduce. I'm not going to talk right now because Anne-Marie and Kirsten need to. I would like to introduce first, but Michael's going to be coming after. Anne-Marie Rogers and Kirsten Dishinger. I hope I said that right. From the San Francisco Planning Department.
Thank you very much. I'm thrilled to be here today. We do a lot of community planning events, but I'm thrilled to be at one that the community is planning and that we can provide some information for, but largely hear a lot from you about what you think is important and what you think solutions could be. We are ready to contribute. If there are a few planners here, planners, can you raise your hands? Awesome. So, from the planning department, they're here with our job today. And first, I probably really did address that there might be a few misconceptions, or usually are, everywhere we go. Depending on who we talk to, a frequent thing we encounter is, hey, you work for the planning department. I think you are probably a giant socialist that wants to create all kinds of hurdles and control everything. And then from the other side, people are like, oh, you're from the planning department. You probably are a tool of a developer who hate the people and you're just trying to facilitate capital. So I'm here today to say that we are not those things. We are generally a group of people who went to school to study planning in cities, and we want to make cities better. So let's work together on that. So there's nothing more inspiring than having a group of smell together. Unless Kirsten is here, I'll turn it over in a second.
Hi everyone, thanks for coming on today. I just wanted to take a couple minutes to talk about what the city does control and how we participate in sort of the housing production and management in San Francisco, and then give some quick advice on, based on the experiences we've had, what are some things to think about when you're thinking about hacking the housing system. So first of all, the main thing that the planning department does is regulate rules for growth, renewable production, and also management of existing housing stock. So we have rules that talk about how high you can build, how many units you can build, and also the rules are maybe 3 binders about this tall and total, so they're really complicated. We think about writing elegant code for the planners out here. This is not elegant code, but it is very much like writing code. We have to cross-reference and very similar. Anne-Marie and I, and a number of the folks in the audience, are fortunate enough to be in the team that works on updating that code. So working with the community, working with stakeholders, working with consultants, and do a lot of analysis to figure out how to change that code and plan for the future. And we're going to talk a little bit more about our efforts today on recent efforts and things we're working on to that effect. And then finally, what does the city do for affordable housing? We don't build affordable housing generally, but we do have a number of programs. How many people have heard of inclusionary housing? Just a few, so I'll talk through that really quickly for the others. So when a market rate project comes through, say it's 100 buildings, 100 units rather, we require them to build 12% of the units to be affordable to certain income levels. So I think the previous speaker was talking about AMIs, area median income. So these programs target people at 60% or 120% of that area median income. So also the city maintains and manages a lot of the affordable housing dollars that comes down through the state or the Housing Trust Fund, which Ophelia mentioned, and we offer those to nonprofit developers that are building 100% affordable housing. Those products, the 100% affordable products, are really on average for a lower income bracket, like 30% or 60% of area median. So that's what we do with affordable housing in a nutshell. There's a lot of nuances and other programs that we will talk about in a bit. So advice on hacking. First of all, I think Fernanda kind of pointed out, she started with a slide that showed Victorian streets. This is a really old system, so when you're thinking about hacking the system, this is 150 years of cultural growth, and it's not an easy problem to solve. We're working with infrastructure that's very old and tricky. And to that point, there are many constraints. I think the biggest constraint we'll face, and Andrew's
about our long-term planning processes. But our biggest constraint is balancing the housing with transportation, with open space, with all of the other needs that come with the housing. I think I saw a map for public press that showed half the city could, absorb all of this housing, and I think that's a fascinating idea that we're all going to talk about. But there's some other things to consider when we're moving pieces around. And then, the technical solutions, I think I learned a lot in graduate school, so I learned a lot of really simple and elegant technical solutions, but really weaving it into the San Francisco context is what I find to be most challenging with our work. So that kind of points to bigger things, but it points to the conversation that I've been hearing in this team around the political dynamics about how people conceive their neighborhood. So there's a line that I often hear some people say is, San Francisco is defined by the data people derive from San Francisco, the identity of San Francisco. And I think that's an important consideration, that there are 800,000 people that have an idea of what the city is. So when you're coming up with a solution, it's really important to be sensitive to that. And I guess lastly, I think that in contrast to how I hear a lot of my colleagues or my friends talk about their work, we're incredibly risk averse because when you build housing stock, you're stuck with it for 100 years. I think a lot of our work is looking back at the 50s and realizing we're stuck with some antiquated ideas. So, being risk averse has some benefits. So, all right, so let's start with a little bit of common ground. I think everybody that's in the room today probably agrees that the housing crisis is the most critical issue facing the city right now. So I want to take a quick look back to the last 15 years and talk about what's happening now in context. We had in the late 1990s and early 2000s, the ground was in there, it was very development friendly. The development that was happening at that time was not really happening in a community-driven process. And you may remember the first .com boom, and a lot of the disputes were going on there, maybe around emissions, on the market. It was a cultural war, there was the yuppie eradication project, and similar things. And all of that energy and momentum created the impetus and the political clout that allowed the planners to say, hey, let's when we're looking at growth and how growth should happen, let's work with the community and go through this process. So we went through a couple of major processes in the rezone, about a third of the city through two main processes. One was called Better Neighborhoods, and the other one was called Eastern Neighborhoods. Better Neighborhoods started first. It was fully funded. It was looking at creating full neighborhoods. The idea was, where do we need more housing? Let's put it where we have transit infrastructure. Let's put it where we have open space. Let's do it in a contextual way, and let's find ways to continue to support our transit open space as we build. And then Eastern Neighborhoods started out as an idea of, we have this industrial part of the town. How much of it do we still need? How much of it can be transitioned to housing in a way that makes sense? And so those two multi-year efforts, that was 7 to 10 years for each. Yeah, here's a little bit on that. Market Arcadia here, Balboa, Eastern Neighborhoods, SoMa. And they resulted in the blue, which is form-based zoning. So I'll explain that in just a second. Those planning processes, you look around at the trains that you see, and they created the zoning controls resulted in a lot of development. But a lot of the really big change did not happen in established neighborhoods where there was a community to work with. There was a Lincoln Hill and some of the Market Street areas where I had been offices where the heights have changed dramatically. When you look at, let's say, the Market Arcadia area, which is the thing that I worked on, the change there was largely able to be discussed in the community as, let's look at our zoning right now. It really sucks. It's got a parking requirement of 1-for-1, resulting in ground floor parking, a lot of space for housing cars. The buildings still look the same for big garages, and this density requirement doesn't match the existing housing. It's much more dense. So there, the idea of change to better house people in a more urban setting was an easier sell because they loved their neighborhood. It was very easy to say, let's let's get rid of these student rules and go back to trying to build like student towns. So I had an easy job, I guess you would say, on that one. That project also looked at getting the infrastructure in place. So there's development impact fees were established with new developments, so we could get more funding for open space, childcare, all those public services, transit, of course. And so then when you look at what other places need to change, I think change is a lot harder for folks where you're talking about bigger change. This is, if you look at the folks in my role, I think everybody can agree that that's a wonderful model. It's pretty good, it's not even those low scale. There's green streets, good streets. But you may be surprised if you work with people in West Portal or the Sunset, they are not going to be necessarily as open to creating those sorts of neighborhoods put into them. And I think it's not a natural instinct that most people share, which is, I love my neighborhood, and I love my neighborhood. so change my neighborhood. So for those reasons, I think it's really important when we're looking at the focus of change, we can work with the community and find a change that is respectful for those folks and first for those folks that are there. And it does take a lot of momentum and a lot of energy to get that kind of change. So now I'm going to turn to Kirsten, so she can explain a little bit about what we're thinking about right now as a department and how we should get those change.
Thanks. And I realized we threw this map up and didn't really explain it, so I can take a second to explain it before I talk about our 2 projects that I've had the privilege of working on, and then one question others have already asked that I think is really interesting. So the blue areas, as Anne-Marie pointed out to, are the areas where we've recently done building. Thank you. And you've already seen enough, I think, Fernando put up where the plan areas are, where our priority development areas are, and that's really tied to where is the transit, where the job centers, and frankly, various opportunity sites where we, as a working city, to go in and do 10 years of long planning, opportunity, and visioning with it headed, in our Octavia, 6,000 housing unit potential for 6 years, your neighborhoods, I think 10,000. The orange area is up on the top, but still towards the east, that's really our downtown. So the orange districts are basically, dark orange, are basically higher density neighborhood commercial, or what we call residential commercial or something. So you're allowed to have more housing there, you're allowed to have some commercial on the ground floor, kind of a mixed use. And if you know the city, I think everyone here pretty much said they lived here. You kind of understand where these corridors are. The orange area, light color, which is 72 or 73% of our entire parcels, is zoned what we call RH1 or RH2. So that means this is an area where you're allowed to have 1 or 2 units on your property. So just setting some context there for what the existing zoning is. And I'm not an expert on our zoning history, but I think the west side of the city, the last time it was updated was the 70s. I think that's right, just roughly. There have been a few tweaks over the years. Anyway, so we're working on 2 really interesting projects. The first is called the Density Bonus Program, and this is a program that is actually facilitated by some state laws, and it's it's offering us an ability to take all of the things we've learned about higher density housing that's transit oriented and move it in strategically to the darker orange areas throughout the city that we don't have the necessarily need to go in and do a full 10-year planning effort, but they do have an opportunity to say, maybe get to from 40 feet to 60 feet and then provide more affordable housing. So rather than the 12% that are required, maybe this height fund will enable them to provide 20% or even 30% affordable housing. I'm working with architects and economists over the summer and really looking at this question. How does that look? How high can we go? Does it still fit in the neighborhood context? And can we get them affordable housing? And then the second project that we're working on, and I think this is of particular interest, I saw there's a working session on what I call secondary units. I think you guys are calling them cottages. There's a lot of the city where these are actually allowed. There's all of the blue areas, for instance, you could add a secondary unit by right. Those laws were all enacted in 2008.
I, as a planner, am wondering why are people not able to do that? There's an opportunity, why are they not doing it? So we're working with Mark Logan, who's actually in the room, and another architect to really answer that question. We want to look at what is the content, and what does this look like? There's a handbook at Santa Cruz that shows you how something really that might fit into your property. So we want to look at these photos of the sites, and then we have to look at it from the finance side of the property owner with this pencil ribbon, as it were. And is that, if the rent that they can collect kind of affordable? Is it not affordable by design, but is there a price point that we can lock in? I think this handbook is really great for a couple of reasons. First of all, as I said, there's a number of areas where this is permissible, but I think there's growing curiosity in the community. We've been hearing from some supervisors that they're really interested in looking for school in other neighborhoods where it's not currently. So I'll be really curious to hear the outcomes of your working session this afternoon. And then the question I have is, we have roughly 350,000 housing units right now. We're talking about growing by 30 or 60. It's kind of changing all the time, but still our existing housing stock is the most valuable resource that we have in terms of solving the affordability crisis. So the tools that I've heard about, I think the community interest well covered this question of taking something out of the market. I've heard people call that decommodifying. A good question to ask, like how can we get better at doing that? What are the roles the government can play? What are the roles the community can play? What are the philanthropic interests can play? And also this question of first right of refusal for example. So you've got people who are living in their buildings. What does that mean? How does that program look? But frankly, I don't think those two answers are enough. And so I'm kind of hoping this group also can tackle that. So, thanks. That's probably a really good conclusion. I would just leave it there just to say I'm really happy to see so many new faces at this meeting, when we host meetings. It could say we have our own fan club. They don't all love us, but some of them love us. But I think it's really going to take more than our usual suspects to solve this particular thing. So I'm hopeful that this group today, as we talk through the issues, can build the momentum necessary to get the change. Person in the back.
Can you talk a little bit more about the most obvious solution, which would just be rezoning more of that 70% R1, R2 to be higher density?
Yeah, so I'll take that one. So rezoning this could happen because we're going to remove density limits, we're going to do other things to make it easier to build here, we're going to raise height limits, and it wouldn't even take that much of a height limit. You could do a modest 65, but I'm not talking about skyscrapers. And then as soon as we would actually close to go forward with that, I think that there would be allegedly 50 and previous planners who proposed things have had racist attacks and other things. So I think it's something that is awesome to talk about, and we would love to be part of that dialogue. It's not something that's politically feasible right this second, but maybe at the end of the day. Yes.
What would have changed the it for a long time. What changed?
Wow, Kirsten. I have also the pleasure of working on this product for the housing element, around housing, and it's been in litigation since 2004 around the RH1 and the RH2 districts. So the people that live in these communities, or a subset of those people, really feel that the RH1 and the RH2 is the definition of so going back to that idea of the moment who arrive and your sense of the city. And so I don't know, I did this analysis that showed like what year did people move buy their property, because maybe that'll tell us that everybody in RH1 and RH2 bought it in 1970, and that's not actually true. There's no significance, there's no correlation. So I think it's a matter of really understanding how the conversation is happening and having people participate who are interested in that change. I don't know if there's a simple answer to that.
In other words, are you saying that kiosks that's helping for the West community.
No, I think I'm saying it's political will. I don't think it's just NIMBYism. I don't think that I've ever heard anyone propose to do this. So I think it's too sad. No one's pushing for it.
What has been the reaction from landlords?
The woman actually directly behind you, and also works at the planning department. She worked on legislation as supervisor too, so she was the planning department staff that said it was good policy how it would work. And she could probably tell you more directly, but I think it's been a lot of interest, a lot of concern because they built it and it was illegal, and there's fear about moving forward that they might be in trouble for what they did. Not every existing inline unit can be legalized. If it doesn't meet all safety codes and people will be living in a fire hazard, still can't allow that to be legalized. But so there's a way that they can go through the process without disclosing or making it part of the record that they were asking about this and that's so I think there's interest and some excitement. I don't think we've seen a lot. We haven't seen, yes, we know a lot of applications to legalize. All right, thank you.
Thank you for I want to have Karen Casey here on deck. Before you come up, I want to have Michael Stoll come up and tell you why we're doing this. One Michael gets up here. If you don't have middle envelope with all of the agenda and what is the solution and information about the hub and some other things that we'll talk about later, we can pick one up at the registration at the front, and I'll try to bring some in during lunch. And Michael's going to come over. Okay, Michael? 3 minutes.
I'm going to talk about this story in the second one that directly addresses the questions of the department. My name is Michael Stoll. I'm the executive director and editor of San Francisco Public Press. It's a 5-year-old online, 4-year-old in print, non-profit, non-commercial news organization. We are kind of like a public broadcaster in our tone and in our business model. We're publicly supported. We provide memberships and donations and philanthropy from a couple of local and journalism foundations. We're part of a national network of organizations doing startup journalism across the country. There's over 100 of them, and we're really excited to be here. We have scattered throughout the audience, and people who have stickers on their badges, colored stickers to show you who they are. They're going to be split up through your talks through the workshop session. I would also like to really thank Shareable.net, Neil Thorne, that collaboration and collaboration with other public media has been really instrumental. I'd like to thank the Hub. I'd like to thank Intersection for the Arts, which is this space. This could not have happened without the strong support of everybody. And we got some last-minute donations, very much appreciated from Craigslist, Frank Dumar, and Angel. I think what the newspaper website are ad-free, and that's part of the non-commercial thing. And that's part of the theme of experimentation. The public press covers a wide range of issues in depth. So every quarter we produce a print edition. We cover housing, land use, planning, labor, environment, mental health, homelessness, earthquake safety, and many more. And we work in teams, unlike a lot of other news organizations that are just trying to keep some deadline. So we want to do data-driven journalism that reacts to the community and gets more under the hood of news stories. this year, and we were scratching our heads thinking, how the hell do we add to the conversation? In particular, how the hell do we add signal rather than noise? There's been a lot of noise, mostly because a lot of the journalism, I'm going to call it has been taking dictation from public officials, from pressure groups on all sides, private companies, and oftentimes there's not enough follow-up or investigation. So we decided that we wanted to take a different approach. We looked at something called the Solution Journalism Network, by a framework for what we're doing. And we decided we wanted to do something, we wanted to experiment, we wanted to do something constructive, we wanted to propose solutions instead of just doing investigative reporting and tearing down the institution or the system. And so we have a newsroom over here. We're going to be posting updates throughout the day. We're going to be posting stories on Monday as well. And we're going to be, we, in collaboration with Cheryl, are going to be producing stories throughout the month of June. In July, in mid-July, we're going to be publishing our summer print edition, which is going to be all about this, and hopefully your ideas will come out fairly crisply in that print edition. That's why the journalists are here. We want to listen to the community. It's an opportunity to get new ideas on the table, not just rehashes. And we want to do a follow-up meeting in July to see how many of these ideas percolate. This story we published last week actually directly answers the question that was just discussed about the zoning of the Western Confederacy in the 1950s through 70s. And we worked with the planning department to a map, which I'll show you in a second. Okay. And we are asking what can be done, not what should be done. We are not doing advocacy journalism, we are doing exploration of ideas. And this was the first one. We're going to be doing a lot more of these. And kind of like top 10 ways to solve housing crisis. Some of the ideas that will be in the cover story and print edition and online will come out of this meeting today. That's why we're doing it. It's the next tab. The next tab. Yeah. There you go. So this is the method of playing our producers. We could not have done the story if we hadn't done a data-driven project. I encourage you and your groups to rely on security planning from Code for America to at least identify what data sources are available. It's a short run to get everything done. And these are all the single-family home zone areas in the city where backyard cottages are legal and have been for a long time. There are some exceptions. They've been granted very selectively, but this is an opportunity to increase density in neighborhoods that where basically even if landlords wanted to put housing in the back of their home, their properties, they're prohibited from doing that. That ties in very closely to you.
Sorry, we're trying to keep that down because really thanks for those more from later. Now I'd like to invite Kevin Casey, CEO of New Avenue Homes. And Kevin is much allowed
Couldn't be a better speaker right now. Yeah, thanks for organizing that. Everything's a plan, and that article that was just showing the picture of the house on the right was actually a house that my company volunteered to create. That was pretty much why we were there. So, peak order was good. Got it. Well, yeah,
I can get going before I start anyway. Yeah. So I started a company called New Avenue about 5 years ago when I was studying at Berkeley, and it came out of the planning school partly and also business. What we do is we create software, and it's basically the company is a platform itself, software platform. It makes it easier for homeowners to work with architects and contractors. And it's actually more of a circular thing. It makes it easier for all three parties to work together. We focus specifically on accessory dwellings, and the reason we do that is because we did some research and saw that that was going to be growing 20 years ago, and that's really speeding up for most of this presentation. The company that I'll say one quick sentence on, we've got basically a process where people go online, homeowners go online, and we start saving ideas about floor plan ideas, whatever, stuff. But then, once these sort of spark occurs, we guide them through the whole process of what planning takes, timeline, what it takes cost-wise, what architecture is required to actually interact with them, and then what contractors is required to interact with them as well. And then we manage that whole process. We have a network of certified architects and contractors, and then we have a payment processing sort of milestone control system that keeps projects on budget and on time. So that's what we do. But what I want to talk about more so is the broader housing issue and why accessory dwellings, I think, are a pretty big deal. This is the house I grew up in, and I'm intentionally talking about sort of, usually I talk about our company, our work at the national scale. Today I'm going to talk about, of course, the regional scale. But the bottom line is I understand the suburban housing stock, which the planners pointed out, is one of our greatest assets. And I also think we should be very positive about the opportunity that it offers us. I grew up in this house in Buffalo, New York. The reason I want to share it is because it's got interesting history. It was ordered out of a Sears catalog over 100 years ago, built by the first owner. And then in the 40s and 50s, there was a huge boom in Buffalo, partly World War II and industrial stuff going on. But because of the boom, there was a lack of resources and a lack of housing. So this was divided in half. Literally the lower half, or the upper half, whichever one you want to choose, became an accessory dwelling. They don't have to be backyard cottages. That's the most popular word that we use. We kind of love it. And like that story about the Norman Cave that we saw. That's a really attractive option, but something like this, if you're turning a house in a single family home into a duplex, is a very good way to go. So what's interesting about those houses, and I should say, when you're at my family on holiday, my mother's been in that house, well, my mother and father have been in the house for 20 years, because it really only served the purpose of me and my two brothers and my sister and the 6 of us living there. Really only served the purpose of what it was designed for a small fraction of the period of ownership of my family. And for the 20 years since my youngest sister moved out, it was just my mother and father, and then now it's going to be my mother for probably another 30 years or longer. She's planning on staying there forever. So for 50 years, this is going to be 1 or 2 people in a big old house, not for 6 people. So that's the big problem in the housing stock as we have it. It's 50 to 100 years behind time. Behind time because it didn't account for all the stuff that we deal with today. It was built for traffic jams, boomerang children coming home after college, aging in place for people that hit 80s, 90s and staying in their single bedroom, recessions, and then a massive shift from rural to urban living, with San Francisco being arguably at the center of what that causes. But to give the regional perspective of what the single-family home called phenomenon is, there are 1.5 million homes, just like the 2 that I just showed you, scattered around the Bay Area. Over 250,000 of them have just 1 or 2 people living. And almost all of those 250,000 have a single senior living. So what I see the problem as is not so much a lack of overlap. It's fact that all those people, you think of it as a sort of a haves versus have-nots problem. The haves might have lots of houses with lots of space and lots of land, pretty old pictures that we showed. But those folks, as they get older, they've got issues with maintenance. The top reason people move out of their houses, they want to save it for they've got safety and security issues, and one of the top priorities for the AARP is isolation. If you're living in your house alone for 20, 30 years, you're cut off. If you lose your car and all that, which is actually part of the motivation for the previous story. Although it's able to work with driving, and work with public buses, doesn't quite work out. So this 1.5 million, I think, is a huge opportunity. And then getting back to the accessory dwelling ideas, when we started the company, we did some research and we found that 30% of the homeowners around the Bay Area want to build accessory dwelling. They're split pretty evenly between people who have tried and failed, or they've heard that it's possible, so they assume you can't, but they still do want to do it. So that 30% is 500,000 people who are just trapped in their single family houses, don't know how to get out, change it so they can be shared with their family, their kids with their parents, or tenant, or any variation of those, particularly all of those combined. We've also seen that places where cities have made the laws a lot easier. Santa Cruz is one example. People will adopt it about 1% per year without building accessory dwellings. So in the Bay Area, that's 15,000 homes that make it easier to go. If you go to other places like Vancouver, they're up to 90% of all homes. So it's kind of what people want. I've got a few pictures of accessory dwellings, and then one slide that I think a lot of people can focus on. This is a formerly one-car garage on the right near the Rocker Park, about 20 minutes away from where we're standing today by the Mass Transit. Previous look, I mean, that's the little house, garage in the corner. In the lower right, that's what it's all about. It was goals to get grandkids and feel closer to somebody who's alone. Another example, which I intentionally chose here, because we're in San Francisco, this is Orinda, say 30 minutes away by car. It's a 1 acre lot, and there's tons of these scattered around here, 5 million going out. What happened here is the main house on the right was purchased for grandmother and her daughter and son-in-law with resources to get the down payment for that. And then got the main house, and they built this accessory dwelling on the side. And this is about as nice as you can get. When it comes to accessory dwellings, it's 700 square feet. It's designed as a one-bedroom. It can easily fit 2 bedrooms. Building the previous one, it cost about $150,000. The financing, mortgage payments, and taxes about a little over $800 a month. This one was financing taxes. It's $1,300 a month, less than half, the rate of the 1 bedroom in San Francisco. That's the financial. And here's a little bit inside behind that. You're building something in a place like Orinda, which is pretty much as expensive as real estate gets. For $20,000 in architecture fees on average, $15,000 permit fees on average, and $200,000 construction, so $235,000 all in. You can finance it for $1,300 a month. That's extremely nice. These numbers come from we've worked with 1,800. It's actually about 1,900 people that have started projects on our site. And we've had 95 paying customers or clients that have gone through some degree of that process, and all of them are complete. Mona and the picture you saw before being one of them, really close to these numbers for that actual project. So, the key, I think, is the game-changing opportunity we have is that we can optimize existing homes, underutilized land, basically unlock all that value. And the way we're going about it at New Avenue is by trying to create software and this is just a screenshot of our project page. This is an example of a design of a client who's picking out designs, ideas that she likes. The architect are chatting back and forth. We collect sort of proposals and process all the money, which allows us to monitor and keep stuff on track. The key, though, I think, is anything that we make it for education or a book that like Santa Cruz has, or education of our homeowners about the way that they can do this, or something that makes it easier for people to manage clients, architects, or contractors, any direction there, would unlock a lot of this trapped up pent-up value. And that's it. We actually set up a little financing program when we started thinking it would be essential. Everyone uses bank financing. But in like Wells Fargo, Bank of America, they're not. 4% for people's equity, they get cash out refis, they find family elsewhere with equity, and they borrow via them. It all goes back to a lot of people finance those things. Or there's construction of those, then more of them equity through the process, and when it's done, you can reappraise, reassess, and then you absolutely. There are construction of them. Yeah, but you get the rate for 30 years. Yeah.
What really helpful with site outside food service.
Yeah.
That, is there such a place? That would be
No, no. So yeah, there isn't, and I'll bring up the number of people. Real estate is like development, goes back to planning. And I would say the first project we ever did, I talked to the planning department, I came up with an economic development. So, you know, background, but no, I had no history in planning. The first time I went to planning department, I thought it would be like a nightmare trip for me and me. But what you need are, like planners said earlier, so if somebody I goes out planning has got a master's degree in like garage or sustainable living or something like that. So the codes are constantly changing. Month by month, they get reinterpreted. Year by year, they literally change other codes typically. So what you want to do is go down the planning department, ask them. And we provide a checklist. So you can go and say, so there needs a homework to be somewhat informed, learn like our ratio is, height is, and that kind of stuff. But it always comes down to architects are also understanding the planning code. But that's really what's going to figure out how to get the project. All right.
Okay, next up we've got Tim McCormick, founder of Houselets. And I have a new proposal. Any presenter who can wrap up their speech in under 7 minutes, I will take out to lunch next week.
Thanks, so my name is Tim McCormick, and I'm going to talk about Houselets, which is a project that I've been doing the last few years. A simple, mobile, modular building, available, underutilized urban space. First of all, I'd like to thank Neil and Lana for inviting me here from the distant country which I live in, Palo Alto, which thought about very differently. And I'd also like to recognize people here from TechCrunch, who a few months ago was now the explainer of housing in San Francisco. So if you read one thing, read that. So thank you, Lila and Neil, for showing how to make people matter. I live in, I live in Palo Alto, and although I live just a few blocks away from although I live just a few blocks from the Zuckerberg compound, a few blocks away, they bought all the houses around it, so just outside of. I, however, live in a converted, non-legal one-car garage, and it's far below market rate. And it's the only reason I'm in Palo Alto, and it's the only reason I'm a member of the landlady that's been remaining for the last 20 years. But it's completely not legal in Palo Alto. We're working on that, but that's how it's going. So that's one starting point, because I live in a space of a car. And then the other starting point, so the other starting point for me was moving to San Francisco and encountering parklets. So here's a picture of one on the left here. I think most of you know what this is. This is something that's spearheaded in San Francisco and now worldwide, converting parking spaces to parks or cafes or other things. Now sort of quintessential and say. So I was walking around and thinking to myself, well, that's awesome. We can convert parking spaces to parks. Well, I hear that we need housing. So maybe we could be converting to housing. But that prompted the idea of houselets. That's what I do. And this is a little bit of a far out idea, but it actually, I think, plugs in very well to particularly what Kevin Casey was talking about. And that is, we actually have, even in San Francisco, believe it or not, lots and lots of space. And this is directly the fantastic article about backyard cottages. Totally full story for me. But if you just kind of flew in from Hong Kong or maybe from Mars and went into San Francisco, you might be puzzled as to what the problem is here, because you might notice that only a third of the land is built on this giant wide spaces, streets that are empty. We have many hundreds of thousands of parking spaces. That's strange. That's like, we only have to convert 20 number of them to get more housing units than you need. So houselets actually began not with structures. It actually began from the opposite end, saying, see, that seems to be relatively apparently available and usable. And it's like parking in the driveway. So that's what might we do with that? Now we all know that the key other context here is the extraordinarily expensive, complex, slow, restrictive development process. Practically unprecedented historically in development. And that's the world we live in. And so what I look at it is, well, what are some creative ways we might rework that, make differently? What's the opposite, perhaps, of that process? So another big context for me is, we live in a changing world, a rapidly changing world, and there's actually some really watershed changes in the last 10 years or so. One is that off-grid living and a whole array of technologies have suddenly come viable. So we have amazing advances in solar power, energy storage, composting toilets. It's now suddenly a threat to utilities that people can live off-grid. That changes the whole picture, essentially. We have an amazing global culture now of open source software development, design, manufacturing, application that's completely transforming other industries. Also, we have, I believe, in the long run, a pattern of street and parking space becoming free now in all of our major cities with car sharing, biking, driverless cars. And why would we not think about what we can anticipate what we might do with that amount of space? It's such incredible value that we use. Also, from the social side, there's a global pattern of solo, non-family, and short-term households. This 2012 book is all about that. So that vast stock of single-family housing, as Kevin basically was saying, is increasingly, conspicuously not quite used. So what might we do? Short of plowing up the streets and waiting for the next earthquake, actually we might find what we might do after the earthquake. But okay, so there's lots of precedents going back centuries. The one thing is there's lots of small and little things out there that have been the whole human history. No matter people. Up on the top left is Scout House, a project from Savannah College Park. Over on the right is one of Patrick Kennedy's micro-units plans. Then we've got capsule housing in Japan, we've got container housing, a box house guy who's doing a couple who are doing that logo, this amazing project. So that's kind of one obvious precedent. But really, for me, it's not really about small. That's what happens. It's not necessarily important. Really, I'm looking like what are the key patterns in back here? And one of them is modularity in mass production. And this again goes back centuries. Bricks are modules. So one of the building modules. All building is modular to degree. That's how big the modules are. Mass production, since the beginning of mass production, people have been delivering housing. This is like Lucier's the extreme vote in 1925 was a freestanding unit on the right assembled into the housing block. Widespread pattern even more here, so it's just building for yourself. We should, I think, keep in mind that in all of human history, the normal thing that everywhere is people who having something or building for yourselves. And our completely professionalized system is quite sort of trained. And this is a great book from 1975 that Isaacs about building your own structures with pipes and parts and plywood. Great example of a very diverse tradition of self-building housing that we have here, sort of operating outside of the professional formal system. So where else can I look for principles? Well, I actually come from software development and product development, so I think a lot about what can we adapt, what patterns are we adapt to software. Of course, we have open source culture, modularity there. We have the concept of open stack. And the idea of that is you have every layer of what you're building is separate from each other. So, Linux and bottom and Apache and Perl. We can apply the same thinking and say, right, at the bottom of our stack, we've got parking spaces for everything. That's open source software. Then we can say, well, what's the most standard structure we might build? And then what are systems systems that we can allow anybody to plug in. And that's related, but not quite the same as typical factory build or prefab that's out there without delivering products. This is about thinking of the system. Key patterns make space adaptive. Andrew made the point that the reason time departments are like super risky versus they're building a plan for 100+ years. Well, the answer is don't build a plan for 100+ years if it's not necessary. I would say in a lot of cases it isn't necessary. You just do it so we have to. This is one of my inspirations, Cedric Price, visionary British architect, and his generator project, which was about creating a giant facility of movable blocks that would be users for a customer who didn't know what they're planning to do with it. Okay. So, one of the starting points of house is to say, all right, well, modularity seems like a problem. In particular, maybe we thought about modularizing around like market space here. But it turns out that there's a whole bunch of things in the world that fit really well into that, which are design shipping, manufactured housing, land use, everything comes in movable events, fits in your garage. And if you make one of them, it falls more with the size of the building plans. So that's intriguing. Here, and then we might go further and say, let's combine modules with mobility and allow assembly of things. So this is a Cedric Price Expanded Town Center project from the 60s, showing a facility built out of these movable blocks. This is actually close to our direct London, or Liverpool. We can take that even further. We can say, well, let's make this completely standardized. Let's make it open. Let's make it open source. And we're on the right, WikiHouse, London-based project, or open source plan to create a digital application. Now, this is different than a lot of things out there because RPs and things are actually modular, don't plug in independent. That's all I'm saying. And those systems out there, factory-built systems, are proprietary. You don't go on to. So this is thinking about, what people like open source software. Now, note that this is not site-specific, this is not client-specific, it's not professional, it's not discretionary, it's not negotiated, it's not controlled by politics, it's not proprietary. So basically it's from Palo Alto. Now, so there you have households. SoMa, simple, user buildable, mobile, modular, standardized, productized, open source, building and spaces. It's not about how you build a unit. It's also about how you space and how you allocate the use for maybe many possible structures. And while I have a particular prototype system in mind, I also in my project track. So, okay, sorry, I thought the warning was coming. I'm sorry, I recognize that in so, finally, next steps, a slide on prototyping and developing pilot programs with Palo Alto. Accessory drawings. This is, I'm anxious to move forward with much with accessory drawings, fundraising business model. And then, finally, I should note that my tenure at Palo Alto descended because I was abruptly evicted by my family. So I overlived in 2 weeks. So if anybody is interested in offering a broader project to post my next prototype, I'll sit please offer. Next slide.
It seems kind of reminding of Fernando's squatting, and what's squatting the way to start. Housing rights, and do you think that related to all those that squatting on parking lots?
So the question was, we're running us of Choo-Choo, Marcy guy, thank you, about the fact that not much lower than housing became squatting. Yeah, great point. I mean, even in our research, we have a settlement cities. And I think that we should look for that and realize that that's an ongoing process. There's large portions of people in London that would be ready to build legislation, we should try to fix that. Well, engaging with the strength of the great city.
Yes, I'm just, in conjunction with what he was asking about in terms of spotting. Do you know if there's a system in place where homeowners or landowners are willing to pay people or allow people to stay on their properties, prevent them from being squatted on? And the corollary to this is, do you know if there are programs to allow people to go and resettle blighted buildings in the community? This may not be relevant to Central Mexico because there might not be enough space for that, but in other parts of the country.
So the question is, are there mechanisms or ways or precedents for example, people allow people, owners allow people to settle and perhaps occupy and live on and preserve the property? And then my question to the second half of that is maybe resell it also. And I think that one thing we should do is we should look at what's happening all around the world, whether it's developed or whether it's much more flexible building. And I think we're has some experience from Netherlands and India. So thanks a lot to me for the joy.
Luke and Heather, who are going to talk briefly a little bit later. So now I'd like to bring up Sammy. Are you ready? Sammy, raise your hand up. And you're going to go really fast, right? Okay, cool.
Am I the last thing you see everyone or I'll try to warm them back. So I have a little different spin on things. I'm not going to talk about building more housing, but I'm going to talk about building safety nets and supporting the most vulnerable communities. So hands up is what we're talking about. We are crowdfunding for basic needs. So we have created a way for the general community to donate directly to specific homeless people, neighbors in need, people living in poverty, to support them in raising funds for basic needs like housing, medical care, clothing, and other needs. You can go to our site. It's live at handsup.us. You can browse profiles and you can learn about specific people's needs or situation and donate directly at a time when it can be most impactful and help prevent addiction, help prevent people from falling into the system. So how it works, we partner with human service agencies across the city, and we're working on scaling this across the country and world. We partner with agencies that already serve the community, so they're already providing food stamps and general assistance and connection to resources. And this acts as an extra flexible resource, which key is flexibility. So many times there's one specific thing, one type of license that someone needs for their job, and if they don't get it in a certain amount of time, they're going to lose their job and they're going to their house. So working with the agencies that are on the ground and are most connected to the problems. So specific example of this in action, Arvin is one of our members. He has a really interesting story you can read about here. He was part of the Street Chess games on Market. I'm sure many of you know about those. They got closed down, and his high school class said, came together and they're like, oh my gosh, we had no idea someone who went to high school with is chronically homeless. And so, because he's on Hands Up, they knew there was a safe, direct channel to support their friend. They were able to come together and within a week raise enough money to put Marvin, who was 15 years living on the streets, put him into permanent supportive housing, and now he can reach out to that community and now has a safety net. In addition to sharing his story on his profile, we're going to give out cards to family, friends, church groups, and reach out directly. And so really kind of what this comes down to, how this relates to the housing crisis, how we're helping to build or help create channels for people who are in very vulnerable situations. And number one is just resources in a timely fashion when they're needed. They're accessible to people on their terms. You define, often that one thing is going to help you with a job or get into housing, enabling people to use that. The second piece that's really important for those of you who work in human services, I'm sure know engagement is one of the biggest challenges. And so being able to define this is what I do on my terms is incredibly engaging. And we're seeing so many people who have not received any government assistance, any other services, suddenly coming in and realizing, wow, now I'm connected to this whole network. And then finally, again, it's building with this community and safety net. So one of our families, the Ramirez family, they have been homeless in San Francisco for over 2 years with 2 small children. And because Kansas, they were able to get into housing. Several months into having that housing, they were short. One of their children fell sick. They were short on them for rent. They were able to reach back out to the community that had supported them to start with and ask for support. And so far, about 8% of our members have been able to do stand-ups again. So beyond the impact that we're working to have on specific individuals, we're also looking at how can we thread together this very diverse community. We think everybody has a role to play, and we are connecting with tech companies, we're getting their employees, we're connected with the city government, we're connected with human service agencies, we're trying to thread together this network. And then finally, one of the most important parts of what I'm really passionate about is this idea of just raising awareness. Putting all of the great work that everyone in this room is doing at the forefront of people's consciousness. And one of the key ways of doing that is creating connection. We need more engaging ways of sharing stories, and people connect to specific stories a lot easier than big sets of data, even though even big sets of data, we need this to bring people in and let them see what the problem is. So we've had some incredible growth so far, some great coverage, over 120 members of the SoMa site. Some donors reach out to us and say, wow, I read every 120 profiles. I had no idea that people sitting on the street were sick and had cancer and were not being treated. I had no idea that people had jobs and families, that over 40% of the people sleeping on the streets are families. And so raising awareness is really key. So our actionable steps and things that everybody in this audience and everybody anywhere can do is find someone on Hands Up, support them. Many people looking for housing, trying to prevent eviction right now. Help us spread the word, help us raise awareness on Facebook and Twitter. If you know of innovative progressive human service agencies, let us know. Thank you. Yes, so anyone can give to anyone any live profile on the site. We also have a general fund, because some people are like choice overload, I don't know who I give to. The general fund is redistributed on the discretion of the partner, who knows someone comes in and is in need of a bus ticket to get home or something, they can take action.
How do you decide how to spend the money for an individual? Like, a lot of them we have to do medical housing, and who would make that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it really comes down to what makes us scalable is this partnership model. we do a lot of due diligence up front to become partners that we have full confidence that help make the best decision. And so it's then the case manager or resource specialist sitting down with the person in need and thinking through, they know their history, they've got a relationship. Let's think about what's going to be the most impactful that you can't get resources for from the survey or from, other networks in the city. Great, thank you.
Commission Chair from the San Francisco Commission on Community Investment in Infrastructure. And just to let you know, the last two presentations after that are Betsy Morris and then closing us out, Mark Hogan, who's got a great presentation. Thank you.
Great, thanks. I'm definitely going to be less than 7 minutes. Thank you guys for hanging in there all day today. So my name is Christine Johnson. I'll introduce myself all myself. I'm the chair of the Commission on Community Investment in Infrastructure, formerly known as the San Francisco Redevelopment Agency. So as people start talking about affordable housing and building density, we are tasked with building the housing overseas development in Hunters Point Shipyard, Candlestick Point, Eastern Bay, North and South, and Shannon Bay. And just to talk about density, people are saying, well, we should look at the west side and try to add a floor in every street. In Hunters Point Shipyard, we're in Candlestick Point, we're building 12,000 new units of housing. We're going to double the population of this 10. So that's a lot of change, and it'll be a good laboratory to see how that works out. But today, what I want to do is I took the task for today's part, and I said, let's talk about really new ways that people haven't thought of about funding housing. And this is housing in general, but I'm going to talk, my event is for middle income housing. So there's a lot of advocacy and programs that exist for low income housing. I'll talk about it today, but the times have changed, our programs haven't changed with them, and now we need a way to fund middle income housing. So I'll keep it real quick, and I'll get to my solution. So there's a couple ways to fund housing. You can subsidize tenants, you can subsidize residents by giving them rent subsidies or down payment assistance, things like that. You can subsidize the cost of capital to build housing by giving money or other subsidies directly to developers that lower the cost of build new housing or rehab old housing. But a better way is to create new classes of investors in housing in general, so that you make the pie bigger and you lower the risk capital for developers. So there's actually a couple of examples right now about government-sponsored investment programs. I want to point out two of them right now and then get to what I think it might be another way, sort of out-of-the-box idea. First one's low-income housing tax credit. Luckily, I'm going last. Not only are you guys hungry, but you've already heard about all of this stuff, so I don't have to, go through a lot of these acronyms again. But I just want to point out that it's dollars for dollars. The trade-off is that you get less money towards the general tax coffers. You have to make little cuts everywhere else so that you can account for low housing tax credit. And it's also generally sold at a discount, and it's cyclical. It's worth less in times when you need housing money the most, like in recessions, because people don't have large tax bills, so they don't need as many dollars in tax credit. So the tax credit is worth less money. The second one is the EB-5 program, which is more of $1 for permanent resident status. Now, I don't know if you guys heard about that one, I'm not going to go into it. Basically, it's a direct cash investment, $500,000 to $1 million, depending on public rules there, for commercial enterprises that produce at least 10 direct jobs, 10 full-time jobs. So there you have direct investment, and you can look directly to the benefit that it causes. You have to look at the EB-5 investment and say, do 10 people have full-time jobs and have you invest $1 million in a commercial enterprise? So what's a way that we can combine investment both in the local government level, knowing that unlike, U.S. government, federal, sovereign level, we don't have anything that's not capital that we can trade like permanent residence status. So my idea is energy for housing. It's kind of a cross between the two of dollars for dollar and dollars for credits. It's an annual payment in lieu of the energy bill with a slight discount to energy bill payers as an incentive to give the money to the government for housing costs rather than for the energy bill. And if you start with commercial real estate, I'll go through a little bit here, you can get a really big impact. So what am I talking about? Oh, I got the impact first, but you guys can.
How it works. So, saw a little bit at the end, but I'll just talk a little bit of how it works. Basically, if you think about the average subsidy for a affordable housing unit, OCII, the average cost is about $300,000 per unit. So when we build units of housing and we give subsidies to developers to make those units affordable, we're getting about $300,000 per unit. I put an asterisk there because the state is actually doing a study to include it this year on what does it actually cost to build multi-family affordable housing units across California, comparing it to market rate housing units. So again, that number is what OCII costs, but we'll have more data towards the end of the year. So what is the average annual cost for commercial enterprise? I did a lot of crunching numbers. I spent a lot of time on the EIA website, a lot of stuff. About a large office, let's say 100,000 square feet, right? About $240,000 a year for electricity. A smaller office, maybe half that size or less, about $55,000. The rates are different because of a large office, you have more stuff than you have in a smaller office. So my idea is that the city collects the projected energy cost with a cash payment and uses that money towards housing. So people would say, well, what does that do? You just take money from one place, put it in another, the energy bill, PG&E and the PUC, they still gotta get paid, right? Well, my idea, and a little bit of crunching numbers, and that's how I'm going to today, but basically, I found that if the city could recoup the cost by accelerating energy efficiency measures and collecting the carbon tax credits that are already going to commercial enterprises as part of the new 8032 cap and trade, trickle down, you guys want to see a rebate on your bill as a resident this year in March. Commercial enterprises got the same thing. So the city could collect that instead and also accelerate what they're already doing. There's already been a lot of studies of how many San Francisco zero net energy. And so they could accelerate those actions and make the city more energy efficient. So the money that we're getting from the subsidy would be more than what our cost to provide that is through paying for the power. You might say, well, why would the energy, people who have commercial real estate, why would they just want to then pay that lower bill instead of giving the subsidy? Well, you're not comparing the subsidy to the cost of San Francisco to provide the power, but what is the cost of other areas to provide power that haven't done those same energy retrofits that San Francisco would do? And that number is going to be closer to what this subsidy would be. So it's a net win-win for commercial enterprises. They get to have a little bit of certainty what their energy costs would be. So potential impact, if you look at the top 10 office leases in 2012, it's about 2.2 million square feet. If you say the actual cost for commercial enterprise is around $2.40 per square foot for electricity, if we lower that by 5 cents and half our payment, we get $5.2 million, which actually ends up to be about 10% of the projected size of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So, which is now $50 million. So if you accelerate that, you stand with all of commercial real estate in San Francisco, those numbers quickly add up. And that is what I do. Thank you.
Christine, thank you. We're going to give you 2 quick questions, and then Betsy, if you could start saying the mic.
I've got another 7 minutes. Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you just explain the flow of the money?
The flow of the money, yeah. So basically the flow of the money would be that rather than paying the energy bill monthly, commercial enterprises would pay a subsidy, which would grab a dollar value per square foot to the city, and then the city on the other side would remit energy payments to wherever the power is coming from. San Francisco would have a public utility, so a lot of that money would be coming straight to the EPC, but there's also either way, it would either be a lump sum or they would pay a monthly utility bill. They usually do, but the money would go to the city instead of PG&E or to. There was another question? Right. So if it's just based on the number that I presented during that 240 already accounts for the fact that there's some energy efficiency built in. So that number would be higher if commercial enterprises weren't doing energy retrofits. And so I think where I come from on this is that the bang for the buck that you can get from energy retrofits to decrease our energy demand
really is on the transmission and on the infrastructure side. It's not necessarily on one or two, in individual commercial enterprises putting on solar roofs. But again, if you get crazy with it, things zero net energy, it's not creating zero net energy commercial building that just opened this year. But the real bang for the buck is on the transmission infrastructure side. And those are things we see control, we need control, and so if the city can work on that end, that will overall lower that dollar value and subsidy a little bit over time. And, well, that's one thing I'm going to do.
It was an observation that the state has very, very strong markets. So the state is regulated state funds
Absolutely, and again, this is not to say that there's physical retrofits and then the cost, right? So if you're entering into a new commercial establishment, you're buying new property, you still have requirements for certain levels of energy efficiency that you might have to do to get any physical retrofits to the property. But from then on, instead of paying your bill, you pay that subsidy. And actually, there's a lot of precedent for this. People all the time buy energy users, so they can control their energy costs rather than having to pay for a stipend.
And we're going to do a 30-minute lunch, so we can catch up. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Betsy Morris. I'm with Co-Housing California, and I also have a background in regional planning. These issues from the community perspective for 45 years here in the Bay Area. I'm incredibly grateful to be here with this really small group of people with all sorts of strategies that have been put out. And I'm going to take us just a little bit further out. Because I've been asked to address how can intentional communities address the housing crisis. So I want to speak a little bit about history and context. Yeah, well, it's all right. They're all good. But the intention right now in the next few minutes is to actually first invite you to breathe, raise your hands in the air, stand up. Wow. One giant moving out. I say that because one aspect of intentional community is actually paying attention and learning how to be in groups together. Learning how to take care of ourselves and others when we are gathering for purposes of common decision-making, strategy, mutual care. And this part of that, this is a representation of the culture, the ideas, the patterns that have been learned over centuries, but we'll just call it over the last 20 years, around how to sustain ourselves in groups living here voluntarily, and not just driven by anger and the urgency to find affordable housing. So I'm not challenging the need for those things with value, but Co-Housing California and our family of meetup groups and our allies in the Global Village Network, the Fellowship for Intentional Community, Co-Housing Association of the U.S., the international network of intentional communities, their founders and coordinating pioneers who want this more cooperative and sustainable way of life. We bring the lesson that we probably can't buy ourselves out into a truly better way of life. And that what we're talking about here is a piece of a larger puzzle. All over the world is making or rethinking our economy. So I want to invite the creative powers in San Francisco, which we like Pierce, and the creative affordable housing here, the creative walkable neighborhoods, have done so much to think about our place in the larger world of creating a more cooperative and just economy. Which I think means more sharing communities. And rethinking our relationship to land, ownership, and financing. I mean, eliminating what we already have, but it's adding more choices. So we'll have lunch, we'll get to celebrate this later. So, okay, so let me recap some things from where my regional planners had. 25 years ago, I was told by developers, 80% of developers in the Bay Area are building for 20% of the market. That's 20 years ago. We have a history of chronic housing shortages that aren't just about developers choosing that. The absolutely agree. So we have a chronic housing shortage in the entire Northern Bay Area, especially for lower income people. And we also have conflicted feelings about neighborhoods, not here in San Francisco, even here in San Francisco, people that repulsed and rejected new housing because it hasn't met some kind of critical value or desire for how we want to live. However, there's some other bad news, or at least very concerned, which is that our regional economy is not producing more middle-income jobs, which means affordable housing is the new normal. The majority of people in the Bay Area, and especially when it comes to me, will need some sort of affordable housing, some sort of subsidy, some sort of break. People are dealing with it, as you all know, like couch surfing or moving out of their car, or having family and friends help them through a global financial network to buy here. So many of us have come here for work and settle and we want to live here. So creating intentional communities is one strategy, very small strategy, that I think can allow us to rethink this fact that our economy is not going to support the kind of housing we want, and neither does it seem, from my judgment, that we can actually subsidize enough housing to make everyone be able to have their own apartment and live as we've been living in the rapid growth of consumer culture over the last few years. So let me invite some inspirations that I've had. So let's go here. So what are some inspirations that I've had here in the Bay Area around people gathering intentionally to create a better quality of life by sharing more, and in effect, pooling money, sharing responsibility, management, governance for their housing communities. So there's Atchison Village in Richmond, 450 homes. The prices range from $35K to $150K, and people are living satisfying lives there as a cooperative, as a housing cooperative. There's another one here in San Francisco that's also owned and managed by its residents on the Luna, in St. Francisco. It was actually funded by Union back in the 60s. Union. So the cooperatives are interesting as a legal structure to bring power and leadership down to ordinary residents for their particular neighborhood. However, we need to go a little bit further and understand that cooperative doesn't always mean cooperative as an action. We want to cultivate cooperation in a more generous economy and our relationship with ourselves. We need the people living in intentional community. So co-housing in California is a family of meetup groups that has about 3,000 members who are seeking something along those lines, and we're cooperating their life by creating intentional communities for living and working. What are examples? I live in Berkeley co-housing. Berkeley co-housing, 15 members who money, but they had a lot of money because it started the war taxes. But pooled money and worked with experts, being knowledgeable about how to communicate, and now we live in multi-million-dollar housing projects. But it's our neighborhood, and we share meals, we have our own house. We were able to do these things back when the housing market wasn't so high. I wanted to give a couple of other incredible examples of Los Angeles Eco Village. Los Angeles Eco Village is there's about 50 people living in 2 apartment buildings fourplex, and essentially creating their own food forest. Bicycle camps, kitchens, people are able to live around for about $500 a month for a studio or two-bed or one-bedroom. It is managed as a cooperative. It's owned as a cooperative government. They share some meals, and they're learning that practice of caring for one another by living in this community. However, they haven't displaced anyone. All the residents of these two apartment buildings wish to continue living there. It's also on a community land trust. So you have this 3 levels of shared, caring, and informed ownership going on, democratic shared leadership going on at Los Angeles Eco Village. And I encourage you to look into that as an example. There is an international movement of eco villages which are meant to be fully featured human settlements where people both live and work. And there's modern eco villages around the world, and there's also indigenous people and traditional villages that are becoming part of this movement. Because it's a way of thinking about how we can live more sustainably on the planet by being more conscious and intentional about the relationships we form and how we live our everyday life. I encourage you to look into it through the IC.org communities directory or the Global Information Network directory. Incredibly encouraging for me, and as much as I do support the solutions that we've heard here today, I do need to go a little bit meta, a little bit weird, a little bit out of the box. Tend relationships, value the margins, create shared leadership and responsibilities, and basically move the power so that we can create the kind of human habitats that we want to for ourselves today. Thank you.
Right here.
Okay. Find a big fire.
It's like 1:30 now.
I got the coveted spot before lunch. Thanks everyone, I'm still here. So when I heard about the housing crisis, I immediately thought of some kind of BuzzFeed style slideshow of one-line solutions that are going to fix the whole thing. And basically, a lot of people in here have pointed out already that that's probably not the solution. I sat and I've been thinking about this for the last month, and I couldn't think of a single solution. There's many causes. I'm just going to run through 3 very quickly. I think a lot of other people here have already covered some of this material. I'm really fan of. The huge level of income inequality in San Francisco. A lot of you probably read earlier this week that the inequality in San Francisco is more similar to Rwanda than most of Europe. There's very little land left to build on. A lot of the land we do have is regulated to not allow more housing or very dense housing. So whatever does get built is very expensive. The land costs are extremely high compared to almost anywhere outside of Manhattan. And poor transportation networks in the Bay Area make it hard and or expensive for people to live in areas where there may be cheaper housing. And as we saw on the map with Brandon Bishop this morning, most of the places left there are even remotely affordable require very expensive car commutes to get anywhere with their employment. So my simple solution is increase revenues and spend the money on housing and transit. But I think we need to look beyond just charging fees on new housing. I think that's counterproductive because it ends up just making the market rate housing more expensive. We need to look at some other ways to get at underlying inequality. The city's been gaining population since the 70s. There's been a lot of regulations to attempt to control growth, and most of them have backfired and have benefited people who already own property and are becoming very wealthy off of it. I think we need to figure out how to embrace the fact that San Francisco is growing and figure out what makes space for everybody. So part one, increase city revenues. Look into a citywide progressive income tax. New York City is one of the only large cities that does this currently. There are some challenges in California state law, but it looks like there's a possibility that this could happen. It would be a progressive tax and would only kick in for earnings above the median income. And it would provide some more stability in the city budget. I would abolish the inclusionary DMR for sale housing program, but increase what are currently known as in-lieu fees. Right now, barely anybody is building these units, and in my opinion, the in-lieu fees are not high enough. And I would rather see that money go towards 100% affordable projects. And I think there should also be mandates on those funds that are for affordable housing. I think a lot of us have seen with Prop C a lot of uncertainty now where the housing trust fund is actually going. And there's not a lot of affordable housing built with that money. And then on the transportation side of things, no more free parking on Sundays, and implement the vehicle license fee as soon as possible, and then dedicate all this money to transportation improvements. The mayor has not shown much of a commitment to the transit first policy that San Francisco has supposedly had for decades. And those are not enormous sources of funding, but when you need every little bit helps. Part two, build more housing, improve public transit. Use city-owned land to develop permanently affordable rental projects with the additional funding identified in Part 1, and allow for easier upzoning of city-owned property to the most value of the land. Super density bonus, progressive inclusionary zoning. There's already some talk of inclusionary zoning in San Francisco. It exists elsewhere, but it's often a very trivial amount of increased density. In New York, they have a density bonus program, and in some cases they downzone the land prior to introducing the density bonus. So effectively, it's like a less than 0.5 increase in floor area ratio. I would propose that for every increment over the existing height limit, you would go to a higher percentage of required affordable housing in that portion of the building. And so this wouldn't be a disincentive to develop market rate housing. It would be an incentive to deliver both more market rate and more affordable housing. You could potentially go to 50% of the existing height limit in some areas of this. At which point, then you'd be reaching 50% affordable ratio. And then while additional housing is being built, use some of the money collected during Part 1 to provide housing vouchers or other sorts of funding to people in the city. And then on the improving transit side, I think there's, you need to stop deferring maintenance. There's a lot of sort of obvious things that you could do from uni. And the biggest one, I think, is a serious political commitment to implement the DEP. The city spent a lot of money planning transit improvements, and it's taking forever to implement them. So there's no easy solutions, but I think in both increasing supply and addressing inequality is the only thing that's going to work. There still is a demand for market rate housing, and there's a demand for affordable housing, and I think we should keep building both. I don't think just doing one thing or the other is going to fix the problem. The unfunded mandates for affordable housing aren't actually going to build any affordable housing. At the same time, having a housing trust fund that's not being spent is kind of pointless. Yes, I'll be here all day.
Mark's gonna be here all next week. Okay, come back here, wait, 2%. Now let me know.